I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle.
Good morning,
and compete.
everyone.
The
Just
technology,
a quick reminder,
the racing
at
tower,
the
and the
completion
timing
of
tower
your
is phenomenal.
2,000
it's one
meter
of the most
race,
impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
Head towards the award ceremony, and we will present medals shortly after
this
your race.
venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe, and I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota's great. It's beautiful, the weather's amazing, the people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting with heat number 16 on the water. This will be the U24 mixed standard boat. Lane number 1, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club from Canada. Lane 2, LA County DBC, Team DPW, Los Angeles. Lane 3, CSDC Liquid Assets, Toronto. Lane 5, Cal Dragon Boat, Berkeley, California. Lane 6, PTE PEAC, Pesh. Lane 7, from Canada, CSDC Liquid Assets, Toronto. This is U24 mixed with University mixed. I'm going to introduce the team. I'll have Bob take it away.
Good morning, everybody. So we will have 7 crews, although it looks like, for whatever reason, maybe budget cuts, we are not going to have a boat 4 in this heat. We have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. So we will have 6 boats racing in this U24 heat. But let me introduce you to Cal Dragon Boat out of Berkeley. They were founded in 1998 as a competitive student-run dragon boat team at UC Berkeley. They regularly participate in regional, national, and international races. They're a diverse group of hardworking students that study various concentrations, ranging from medicine and engineering to rhetoric and architecture. I studied rhetoric and theory. Awesome. Studying that at Berkeley, that's got to be a trip. They strive to make Dragon Boat more accessible to students of UC Berkeley and recruit student athletes twice a year. And they're very proud to be one of the top collegiate teams in the United States. This is their first time racing at the Club Crew World Championships, so we welcome Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley. I'm looking over my right shoulder here at the entrance to the start line. I don't see boats yet. We can't have a race without boats. It's kind of boring. It's like looking at a minimalist painting. So we're waiting for the boats to arrive. Race was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, but we'll have a slight delay. As things happen here at festivals like this, there is a manager's meeting that goes on. The meeting might have run long. That's what they get for running the meeting with PowerPoint. I told them not to. But we have our officials on the water. And Lord knows, if you were watching the stream yesterday, the officials were incredibly busy. There was a full supply of lawyers and money on the 5th floor sorting out what happened in several races yesterday. And that's what happens in the 2,000 meter. It's the only race of its kind in this format. If you weren't following yesterday, it is not a straight line race. The 2,000 meter is a circuit race. You do 2 laps of a course. You have lanes defined at either end of the course. The teams don't go off all at once. A Mass Start 2000, I think, would be fabulously chaotic, but no one listens to me for that idea. You are staggered by about 30 seconds. Boats go off in a randomly seated order, about 20 seconds apart. And then your goal is essentially to get around the course as fast as possible. Get around the corners as cleanly as possible. Get around the competition as cleanly as possible. And then see how the clock tells you how you did.
Thanks. Just a quick update. We do not have CSDC Liquid Assets in lane number 3 on the first heat of 16. They have been scratched. So it looks like it's going to be 2 teams of the U24, Pickering Dragon Boat Club and the LADBC Team DPW. In lane number 5, again, this is the University Mix, Cal Dragon Boat, PTE, PEAC, and in lane 7, CSDC Liquid Assets. It looks like our officials are on the water. We're not too far off. Our camera is starting to just zoom into our second turn. This is the north side of the lake here. If we look into the south side, as the camera zooms to our left, and it's not moving here.
You'll just have to pretend. It looks exactly like this, except the corner is flipped in the other direction.
Gotcha. So we're not that far off. We are awaiting this exciting second day of racing here at the 13th Annual Club Crew World Dragon Boat Racing Championships. This is a call for marshalling for heat number 17. Heat number 17, Premier Mixed Small Boat. Would all teams please proceed to the marshalling now? You're going live there, Bob? It looks like we have our first boats on the water for heat number 16. In our screen, we've got boat number 6 there. That's our University Mixed PTE PEAC. I believe this team is from, let's just double check where that team
That was
is.
Pesh,
Hungary.
right? I'm going to guess Hungary.
That's right. That's the Hungarian team.
And I see they've got a gap row. They're going to be starting today with 18. And hopefully they'll finish with 18. It's not like they're going to get rid of people along the way. There are rules against that.
You see boat 2, the helms is staring at us. This is the LA County Dragon Boat Club out of Los Angeles. Nathan is their coach, and I see his son there in bench number 7, I think, and Matthew in bench 7. We're not sure who they're waving at.
They're waving at you. They can hear you.
Or are they just waving at the officials because they feel... oh, no.
Oh, maybe they do want an official.
They do look like they need some assistance here. Let's see what's going on there.
So we're not just talking to ourselves here. They can't hear us outside.
This is boat number 5. This is Cal Dragon Boat from Berkeley. And scanning over, boat number 7. This is the University Mixed CSDC Liquid Assets.
We've got number 1 on camera there. Is that the Pickering U24 crew?
Yep, that's correct. Another Canadian team. It sounds like what has happened here with the lane number 2, LA County, and why they were calling the officials. It sounds like they have a broken seat, so they're going to try to resolve that as soon as they can.
Having a broken seat is definitely not a way you want to start your day, because despite the fact that you barely spend minimal amounts of time in contact with the seat, you want to do your best, because if you really want to get into the minutia of Dragon Boat, your connection to the boat while you're sitting is through your legs. And you spend a lot of time in practice and in cruise making sure you are connected to the boat through the leg drive, but you do need the seat to hold you in place. And without a bench that's going to stay there, it's pretty much impossible.
So the teams here sitting at the start line, just going to give some time to warm them up while we deal with boat number 2.
I see 5 crews in the pen, so is that everyone? I believe that's everyone for the line, as long as we can get that seat squared away for LA County.
It's hard racing against U24. When you have very light athletes and a lot of power, these teams are hard to beat.
Oh, absolutely. My first World Championships in Tampa, I was racing Senior A, and we were combined into a heat with the U24s, and I learned that lesson very quickly, that you simply do not underestimate U24s, because with that lightweight, as you point out, they were able to get off the line and be gone, and then you've got 3 seats to bridge up out of the first 20 strokes.
Yeah, but us seniors, we catch them very easily in the 500-meter stretch.
Well, we have patience. I could beat myself if I raced the 24-year-old version of me because he was a lot dumber.
You said it, Bob. Not
No,
me.
no, it's true. Did you disagree? Yes or no, sir?
I did.
Aha. It's true. We learn discipline. That's why the senior classes tend to get faster and better at the 2K, because you learn that it's the money leg, as we've talked about, and you'll hear me repeat, is that third leg. Anybody can throw down a good 500. Most teams are physically fit enough to throw down a good 1,000. That race is won or lost. 1,000 to 1,500 on that third leg before you make the turn for home.
Just on a side note, I want to say thank you to all our IDBF officials from around the world. We have officials from Australia, Canada, Cyprus, Germany, Great Britain, Hungary, India, Iran, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Puerto Rico, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, Switzerland, Thailand, Trinidad and Tobago, United States. These officials have come all around the world to come here to officiate this race, and we thank them very much. And also to the USDBF, Mark Kane, the president, and his crew have done an amazing job hosting this amazing World Cup Championship. Club crew.
We knew what you meant.
Yes. It looks like boat 2's back on the water. It looks like the issue has been resolved, and we're just a few minutes away from racing.
And we're getting everybody oriented in the correct direction to get started. Because that's an important part. The way they were pointed at first, they were about 22,000 miles to the finish line. We don't have time for that. So we'll get them pointed the right direction, and then they'll be under starters order, and we'll go off in numerical order.
It looks like online we've got Hy-Vee 84 rooting for PDBC there. Thank you, Hy-Vee.
Antonio Salazar giving good luck, saying, let's go LACDBC.
I got a German fan here saying from MOE, let's go Germany.
And an all caps cheer, so let's say it loud from Patricia Chung. Let's go Catch 22, who are racing later this morning. Our colleague Matthew will be steering that boat in the Premier Mix. They come up at 10:30. But let's turn our attention right now, as it looks like we're under starters order here in race 16. Paddles are up. I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's okay. The time here is 9:12 here in Sarasota, Florida. So we're just a few minutes behind schedule, but we'll catch up very easily today. Today's a short day. We'll be finished around 2 o'clock local time. So there's just a series of races of the final 2,000-meter race.
Pickering getting themselves aligned as they drift towards the starters tent. So as we talked about yesterday, the starters will tell the crews when they should start going towards the start line, but the official start line, when the clock starts, is when these crews touch the dual set of orange buoys that you'll see that's currently off frame to the left on the stream, but as they pan out, you'll see it.
And there they go.
They are underway, rolling towards the line. The trick is to get the hull up to speed. You can look at that high rate.
This is Team from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
And you'll see those orange buoys flash by here in just a second. There, that's where the clock officially starts. Pickering is underway. LA County rolling towards the start line.
This is the U.S. team, LA County Dragon Boat Club.
Our second U24 entry, and now we go into the university divisions. 3 crews racing university. Here comes Cal Dragon Boat out of Berkeley.
I just saw them actually in the West Coast racing, and they were looking very, very strong this year.
Did they race in Vancouver?
They did.
Fantastic.
And here's our European team.
This is Pesh out of Hungary. Again, racing with 18. It's the hard way to go.
And that's the team that's missing one bench, so they're racing with 18 paddlers.
And rounding it out, here is CSDC Liquid Assets, their university crew. University mixed, so they're racing 10 men, 10 women.
And all teams are off on heat number 16. We look down the race course, and we are looking at a shot from the first 500 meters. And there's a very good distance between all the boats. No drama yet there, Bob?
None yet. It's early. It's early. We've got a good stagger. Essentially, I refer to this phase of the 2K as the parade phase. Everybody staying in that block in formation. With a 20 to 25 second stagger, it is difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult to make it up in the first 500. You usually need at least a leg to close down, and the corners are where the helms come into play and make a huge difference because, as we learned yesterday, and I'm sure we will see today, a good helm can get you a few seconds, and a helm that struggles with the turns can give it to the crew behind you.
So we have that corridor that we explained yesterday. This is the corridor. Once they get the right-of-way, the first team that enters that corridor basically goes through the first slip of buoys. Once they go through that, if there's a team next to them, the team goes on the outside. Unless you're following, you can follow through the same corridor. So it looks like Team 1 really came across or came through those corridors very cleanly, exited around the buoy cleanly as well, and does not appear to have any penalties in this turn.
Nope, so far so good. Pickering is through. LA County making their way through. Hugging that buoy. Looking very close to it.
LA County has run over the exit buoy on the left side.
Yeah.
That may be potentially an issue for the officials.
Maybe. We'll see what they'll take a look at it. That's how they do. You don't want to make boat contact. Paddles can touch the buoys, but not the hull.
LA County's just lost a little bit of control. They've gone left.
A little bit of oversteer.
Yeah, they went trying to recorrect that, and they're trying to get it back online. And look at that. She's done a magnificent job.
Keeping it on course. We've got a close down here.
Oh,
as it looks like Cal Berkeley and Pesh is closing down to Cal Berkeley fairly quickly. Still a bit of a zig and a zag right now.
Pesh has caught Cal.
LA County is now currently pointed at the grandstands.
Oh, it looks like
she's got it back on course, though.
LA County is fighting this boat a little bit.
We got it. They're back where they need to be.
Perfect.
You can't, it may not have necessarily been a loss of control, but remember, you can't be anywhere you want on this leg. You've got to be in lane 1. So there's probably, you've got to make the effort to get back into lane 1 to stay within the rules. And she's within the yellow buoy, so probably a purposeful move.
Well, take a look at this, Bob. We have drama. Boats 5, 6, and 7 have closed the gap between the boats off the start.
You've got both gaps closing at the same time. So you've got, make sure I get this right, you've got Cal, Pesh, and then the Liquid Assets crews all slowly coming together. Pesh in the middle. It's a Hungarian sandwich.
Lane number 1, Pickering Dragon Boat Club coming down to the second turn, giving the right-of-way into the corridor. Looking like they've got really good control.
With no one to chase, Pickering has basically got to treat this as a time trial. They're going out there. They've got the clean water they can take advantage of. No wakes, no other boats, but at the same time, no relevant sense of are they closing or are boats behind them closing. Only the drummer and the helm will know. The paddlers are going to do their job and just make this boat go as fast as they can, trying to hold off LA County. And despite the wander, LA County is pretty much maintaining what appears to be the stagger they started with. So kudos to LA County. They've got their heads back in the boat. And as those two make it around the turn cleanly, the distance continues to shrink between Cal Dragon Boat, Pesh, and CSDC Liquid Assets.
Looks like at the 1,000 meters here, there's going to be the bunching now of boat 5, 6, and 7.
Yep.
Cal, Pesh, and CSD. Out of the exit, let's see if they come through the corridor cleanly or not.
They've made it past that commitment buoy where you have to have overlap to have the right of way. All three crews not having overlap, the nose not overlapping the prior tail, so they're going to go through single file. And it's up to the steerers to run the best lines they can. And you can watch that distance continue to shrink as they go through the second corner. One more turn to go as they enter the money leg.
Check out CSDC. They've made up a lot of time here and caught boats 5 and 6. People online are watching this, and it looks like there's a lot of excitement.
And we have a question here. It's a good question from Lehman Peters. Are the corridors in the 2K turns something new? For CCWC, they are. We tested them last year at Club Crew Nationals here in the United States, and it allows the teams to pretty much have a defined lane. So to clear up the rule, they cannot cut inside the red buoys. On the inside, the outer buoys, the orange buoys mark the outer corridor. A team can go wide of those if they have to yield, but ideally you won't have to. It just defines the corner for the helms.
So looking down the race course, the teams are roughly at about 1,400 meters. So they're down to their last apex turn, the third turn of the 2,000-meter race. We do have one team looking like they're going to catch one of them. Pesh appears to catch Cal on the inside.
Yep, and they're going to go for that angle. They go inside to get right of way, because if you get to that commitment buoy and your nose is inside, then Cal is going to have to yield to Pesh. CSDC Liquid Assets is trying to get up there, but with a boat length and a half to go and maybe 200 meters to get there, it's probably a bridge too far. They're going to have to sit back and watch these two boats try and get through the corner.
It looks like CSDC is trying to get onto the wake of the Pesh boat, but they're not having any advantage on that at this point. They're a little too far.
No luck yet. Pickering is making their way through and exiting the final corner. They've now got the tower in sight, home stretch to go, hugging that final corner buoy on the exit. Nice, clean turn. LA County coming in right behind them, holding station, doing their best.
LA County seems to have figured out how to get through the turns cleanly, and she doesn't seem to be struggling with this one. Let's see if she cuts that exit buoy again on the right or the left. She's figured it out.
Real smooth arc coming through, and now home stretch, open water, any lane they want now. They can run anywhere from any of these lanes, but turning our attention to Cal, Pesh, and CSDC Liquid Assets coming into the corner together.
Here's the drama there.
Cal's got the advantage, or Pesh has the advantage on Cal. Cal goes wide. Cal goes very wide, making absolutely certain there's going to be no influence, making it easy working for Pesh. And CSDC Liquid Assets now trying to size up how they're going to get in this corner. Late entry for Liquid Assets, really late entry.
Wow. Cal is just trying to stay with Pesh on the apex turn of the third turn, and it looks like Pesh has got their number on this turn.
2 out of these 3 boats have run outside the corridor, pretty much adding no penalties here. They can go as wide as they want, but it's the slower and the longer way to go. Close, but no contact on exit, but both Pesh and Liquid Assets ran probably 40 or 50 meters longer than they needed to on the corners, which that's just real estate you've got to make up. But look at them try and get on the bump now. The boat's probably calling a power 20, maybe even a power 30, because you can see they're right on the wake, trying to use that wake to bridge up. Both boats using the wakes ahead of them. This is where a helm that knows where to put themselves can make all the difference in the world.
It looked like Cal was trying to actually cut underneath Pesh on that last apex turn, but I think they didn't have the room and made a final decision just to stay on the outside.
And now this is really fascinating to watch, because you can see how they're drawing in, trying to use that wake. At some point, if they're going to they've got to turn out to the right and get over that bump. But to get over that bump at the end of a 2,000 meter is going to require as much power as they can muster. There's the turnout. Right as I call about it, they're trying to get up and over that bow wave. If they can get over that bow wave, they're going to finish the pass. If they can't get over the bow wave, and if they can be defended, we're going to hold this position.
And this is what they call wash riding. A lot of teams are usually called on wash riding in the 500-meter stretch, and they're not allowed to do that. But here in the 2K race, as long as they keep 2-meter distance from each other, you may be able to do the wash riding.
Yep, and they're both sitting right there. They are on the bumps.
They both did it. One is on the left of Pesh, and one is to the right.
This is an absolute clinic on how you can surf by. And as Gary said, perfectly legal in the 2K. We don't allow wake riding. Rules do not allow it in the 500, but in the 2K, this is part of the game.
Looks like Cal and CSDC has not been able to get on top of that bump or that wake to get over it, but they're staying with Pesh. Pesh is being caught. The difference in the spread of the start, 15 seconds, but
this is going,
5 and 7 have caught them.
This is going to advantage Cal, because they would have, or advantage, I'm sorry, to Liquid Assets, because they caught pretty much both of the crews that started ahead of them. And that's what you want. And across the line, that's Pesh, followed by Liquid Assets, and then followed by Cal, rounding out our first race of the day.
What an amazing race. And look at the Team CSDC just collapse in the back of the boat. They're exhausted.
That's what you want.
Look, Pesh, these kids, they're all looking at each other, and they know it was a good race. So
absolutely.
Congratulations to the U24 and University Mixed. That was Heat 16 from Sarasota, Florida. This is a call for race number 18, 18 to the marshalling area. U24 and U18 mixed to the marshalling area. Race number 18. Heat number 17, lane 4, Zahitni Vitar. You are asked to go to marshalling immediately. Race 17, Heat 4, Zahitni Vitar. Please go to marshalling immediately.
We are lining up here for event 17, our second 2,000 meter of the day, and we go from the standard boat to the small boat, which each boat, 10 people, half the amount of paddlers, but pretty much all of the competition, all of the drama we've come to expect in the 2,000 meter. This is the small boat premier mixed final. All of these races, I should say, being finals. In the 2K, you may have noticed, we don't do a heat, we don't do a progression because that would just take far too long. It's one shot. Every class of competition gets one shot at the 2,000 meters. We will have 9 crews racing in race 17, the premier mixed small boat. Going off first in slot 1 will be the PADS Dragon Boat team from the Philippines. Not lane 2, slot 2, the Dubai Paddle Club from Dubai. Lane 3, Beast Boat. Germany?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent.
Magdeburg.
Magdeburg. I've got to get that on my notes. There will not be a boat in slot 4. In slot 5 will be Dragon Club Brno. Slot 6, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Slot 7, the Chicago Blades. Slot 8, 3R Dragon. Slot 9, the Gorging Dragons. And in slot 10, Neckar Dragon.
Let's see what our online people are saying about this race. Let's see who's they're choosing. We got Beast Boat.
Yep. Ulrich Hilaire says Beast Boat. Carlos says Go Germany.
Erica says DPC.
He's going for Dubai.
What's that German word? Kraut.
You say that, not me. We've got a lot of Dubai fans on the stream.
Derek is voting for the Gorging Dragons from Canada. So,
Robin Richardson says Go Chicago Blades.
We're looking on the water. We've got boat 10 there from Germany. It's the Neckar Dragon. As the camera kind of zooms in on their stroke, they're warming it up. There's boat 7 just above them. That is Chicago Blades.
It's always a slightly nervous time when you get in this starting pen.
And there's your Beast Boats right there in boat number 3. Boat number 5, the Dragon Club Brno. There's boat number 8, Trois Dragon, 3R Dragon.
Trois Rivers.
3 Rivers.
That's my French accent's really going to need some work this early in the morning. Sorry about that.
Tampa River Dragons in 6. And it looks like we're pretty close to starting this race. We should have 9 boats on the water.
Yep, it looks like we've got all 9. It's boat number 10, the Neckar Dragon, making the circle, and they will go off in the preferred slot.
And it looks like boat 1's ready to go. The time here in Sarasota, Florida is 9:31. So we're just about a minute behind schedule, but we're catching up time very well.
It's close enough. I say we're on schedule.
And there goes the Philippine team with a very high rate.
There's very few teams here. I shouldn't say nobody, a few do it, but nobody does a high catch like the Philippines.
Boat number 2, the Dubai Paddle Club.
Having come from Dubai, I think they're the ones that are probably walking around saying that the weather is just fine here.
And here's boat number 3 from Germany, the Beast Boat.
They've had a good regatta so far. This is their small boat premier mixed. We're going to skip from 3 up to 5. This is Dragon Boat Club Brno from the Czech Republic.
Again, this is Premier Mixed Small Boat. These are a lot of the top athletes into a small boat, pure power.
Absolutely. 5 men, 5 women by rule. Equal crew composition in the Premier Mixed. From just about 40 minutes away, this is the Tampa River Dragon Boat.
Boat number 7, Chicago Blades, a local American team.
First time a club cruise for the Blades.
Here comes boat number 8. Boat number 8, Trois Rivers, 3R Dragons from Canada.
From 3 Rivers, and again, high rate. Look at the pop stroke. That's got to be close to 100 strokes a minute trying to get that hull up to speed. We'll see if they stretch it out as they come across the start line. And bring it down slightly.
Boat number 9 from Victoria, BC. Up north, the Gorging Dragons, also known as the Vancouver Island Paddling Club. That's Tom Arnold's club, and he's done a magnificent job coaching that group. And finally, boat number 10. This is a team from Germany, Neckler Dragon. You can see their rate is really low, but they really catch a lot of water off that start.
Yep.
As we look down the race course, they're entering the first 500 meters, and that's a beautiful shot of the teams. But look at both 2 and 3.
Is that Beast Boat already catching Dubai?
3 has caught TS on the inside.
Living up to their name. The Beasts came to play. They've got advantage already going into that first turn. Impressive work to make a catch in that first leg.
Robin Richardson online says, I love the high rate. Not of a team, if you're in front of them, you're chasing a high rate off the start, it's hard to see that.
So the Philippine team is out there in front. Again, the clean water, trying to stay clear of everything going on behind them, but a clean pass so far as the Beasts making a clean pass on Dubai. Dubai yielding right of way as they should. No trouble so far.
Oh, that is a very close, nearly tail to head.
Nicely done, though.
The pad team has avoided any contact, and they are following the Beast Boat from Germany.
Here's Dragon Boat Club Brno navigating the corner, trying to close down the gap to the Beast Boat.
Coming off the first turn, they're at approximately 600 meters now. It looks like it's still in the order that they started, 1, 2, 3, but Beast Boat has passed Dubai, so it's 1, 3, 2 on the start.
Yep. There's Tampa River making their way around the corner. And then right behind them, the Chicago Blades. First time at the club cruise for the Chicago Blades. I know some of these paddlers are racing. They have raced in other events as the name of the Greater Chicago Dragon Boat Club, but here they're racing as Chicago Blades.
You've seen them before?
Yeah, they came and they raced at our race in Philadelphia in June. John McDermott brought their crew. They had a fantastic time.
Wonderful. Here comes boat number 8 through the first apex turn. That is Canadian 3R Dragons. And a very clean pass through the corridor.
You've got the Gorging Dragons right behind them, trying to close down the gap. So Victoria versus Trois Rivers.
They've closed the gap on Trois Rivers. They're going to try to catch them on this the 1,000 meters here. They're going to try to catch them on this down pass. We'll see how they do.
And Neckler Dragons having laid back at the start. You get clean water at the start, or if you go last, you can try and lay back and get clean water that way as well. To your advantage, anyone wants to use it.
So as they enter the second apex turn, it's still boat number 1, but look at Beast Boat number 3. 3 boat has caught 2, now they're chasing 1.
Yeah, Beast Boat's going for that clean water, and the Philippines are going to have to yield on this turn because it looks like they're going to have more than enough overlap here. The officials will be calling them at this point. Boat 3 has right of way. And the Philippines, following the sporting regs, take the wide approach to the corner and give the Beast Boat all the room they're obliged to.
I think that's the danger. When pads left the start line, they were at a very high rate, but over a long distance, if you've got a nice controlled power, nice rate. You are able to catch those fast teams off the start line, and that's what's happened here.
Based on what I've just seen over the last 15 years of racing, the Philippine teams generally are exceptional at the 200 and the 500. And in the 2000, they will take that rate and just try and hold on to do it the best they can. I mean, they're just racing on pure guts and pure power.
Wow, 5 is actually past 2 as well.
Yep.
That is Dragon Club Brno.
Brno, yep.
2, the Dubai Paddle Club has just gone to the outside.
Yep. We're taking, they're outside those orange buoys. No harm, no foul, but they're covering a lot of extra ground that they don't necessarily need to, but that's up to the helm. Tampa River Dragon Boat now looking up at Dubai, seeing if they can get advantage for the next corner. 1 corner remaining for these crews.
Dragon Boat Club is also going to try to track down boat number 1, the Philippine team. We'll see if they can achieve that on the next 1,000 meters.
Chicago Blades entering the corner. I believe that's Janet Aldana on the helm for Chicago. I hope that's her headband.
Well, you hear about it later when the team talks to you.
Every time.
And here comes boat number 8 through the corridor, our Dragons. But look at this, 9. They're trying to slip underneath.
Very close.
Oh, that was a close.
No contact. They didn't have right of way. They tried at this point, maybe trying to get the steerer to think about it, let them know they're there, just kind of poking the nose in, saying, we're here. We didn't get you this corner. We're coming for you for the next one. You can bet that's what the drummer is telling that crew. As the Necker Dragons, free of all these sort of obstructions and crossovers, just running against the clock, trying to get as close as they can to those 2 crews ahead of them, the Gorging Dragons and the Trois Rivers Dragons.
Now let's see what they do on this boat number 9, Gorging Dragons from Victoria. Are they going to pass on the inside? And it looks like that's their move. They're going to pass on the inside on the Three River Dragons. As we look down the race course, we're now looking at a shot of the last turn. They're approximately about
call it 1750.
1,700 meters off of the start line. They're down to the last turn. They're going to make their final moves and go for the finish now. And it looks like boat 9 has caught 3R Dragons.
Yep, Gorging Dragons have position at this point. They have the overlap. They're going to have right of way when they get to the corner.
And 5 did catch 1. So the Czech team has caught the Philippines on the last stretch.
So the mover of the day so far is Dragon Club Brno. They've got the open water, and right now they're going to make this turn and then make the run for home, knowing, having run through the field, that time is certainly on their side.
We still have in the lead here in the pack is the Beast Boat from Germany coming through the corridor cleanly. But then we have some drama here just behind them.
So far, so good. 2 wide. We've seen lots of passing happening, but no contact. So good job by all the helms. But for sure, this is the Beast Boat now.
On the inside, it looks like it's going to be Dragon Club Brno from the Czech. And followed them is boat number 1, Pads, the Philippines.
The Philippines.
So 2 teams have passed them now.
Want to get a good look at the numbers here, make sure we don't misidentify as they come through the corner. If you're watching on the stream, you're seeing the numbers in real time as we are.
Here's boat number 6 coming into the corridor. That is Tampa River Dragon Boat, but on their heel is the Dubai.
Yep. So Tampa has caught Dubai for 4 positions.
Wow, this is amazing. We haven't seen this many shifts in a race.
And they've all been clean. So far, so good. Here's Chicago.
Perfect. Coming through the corridor. Oh, that team just tried to avoid hitting the buoy. That was the Victoria team.
Gorging Dragons running the tight line, and the Necker Dragons having closed up.
I think that's one of the concerns for a lot of the teams that cut those buoys too tight is that the paddlers near the buoy get caught up and they lift their paddles to avoid hitting their paddles.
You can, and I know our coaching staff has pretty much told us if you're going to hit a buoy, lift the paddle but don't lean into the boat. And that's especially true in these 10-man boats because they are tippier than a standard boat. You don't want to throw your body around. You can make a huge difference with your body weight just with a subtle motion like that upsets the balance and the feel.
From this camera view, you can see the team starting to fan out. As you probably know out there in the internet world, on the finish, the last leg, you can finish anywhere on the finish line. These teams are looking for clean water at this point. They're trying to get out of any wash. So you see this team here to our left. Necker Dragon is pulled to the left where there's cleaner water to paddle through.
Beast Boat charging for the line right now. Inside the last 50 meters to go. They have run through the field after starting in the 3rd position. 2 passes. Can actually see the helm's number flapping in the breeze as they move their way towards the line. Takes a quick look back to see the distance. The Beast Boat approaching those last buoys. 3, 2, 1, and across the line to stop the clock.
Derek Masterman online. Go Gorging Dragons. I got a Canadian fan up here.
Here is Dragon Club Brno. They have been a mover as well, moving up from the 5th position to come in right behind the Beast Boat. The clock will be the ultimate judge, but certainly good races from these 2 crews. Here's the Philippines crew, PAD's Dragon Boat Racing Team, bringing that rate up for one last time.
And that's the rate we saw at the start. So they do fast start and they do strong finish.
Yep.
The middle part, we'll have to chat about.
Look for them in the 200s.
Yes.
Mark my words, they will be back.
Look at the drummer. She's got a beat to her drum. It's not a single beat. It's a single with 3 beats.
Here's Tampa River Dragon Boat finishing strong. Looks like Kid is paddling today, and I believe he's in 3. Here's the Dubai Paddle Club. Last 25 meters for Dubai. They started in the 2nd spot.
3 teams past them.
Yep. Chicago running the inside line. Blades closing down on Dubai and trying to hold off those Gorging Dragons from Victoria across the line. There are the Gorging Dragons.
And we got 2 more teams coming down the wire here. Is boat number 8. This is 3R Dragons from Canada.
Trois Rivières, Quebec.
Hey, your French is getting better.
Oui.
Ah, oui.
Un petit peu. And then Necra Dragons, my German, I'm not even going to try it. Rounding out our small boat premier mixed heat. Look at them running way inside. Going again, as you said, looking for that clean water wherever they can find it.
That was race number 17 from Sarasota, Florida. Next race that will be coming up will be race number 18. This is the U24 and U18 small boat. With the following teams, please go to the medal award ceremony. Pickering Dragon Boat, LA County, CSDC. In addition, University Mix, CSDC, PESH, and Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley to the medal award ceremony. Birdwater is raffling away one of their latest adjustable carbon fiber paddles. Stop by their booth and check it out. Check out their latest gear, engineered for performance. So enter their raffle, and you can win yourself one of those amazing adjustable carbon fiber paddles.
World. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is, it's not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers.
You're going to go. All right. That was exciting 2 races now. We're on race number 18. Race 18 coming to you for the U24 and U18 mixed small boat. U24, Nicola Jagan only got 1 boat. In the U18 mix, there's 3 boats. LA County DBC, Lane 4, Pickering Dragon Boat Club, and Lane 5, 22 Dragons.
With only 4 boats in this race, there's probably not going to be as much excitement as we've had in the others, but you just never know.
Looking online, we're seeing a lot of people watching this morning, and it's been great to see you all there. Somebody asked us about where we can find results for the event. If you go to idbfchamps.org/results, you'll see all the results as we do online, and you can see their times as well.
You can look up prior club crew and international world championship results as well, going all the way back They've done a phenomenal job building a database, which I know we did quite a lot of homework on, trying to see crews that have raced Club Crews before. Was it their first, second, third, fourth? Looking in Ravenna, Adelaide, Hong Kong 2012. All those results are online, but the results we know you're looking for in the comments are the races right now happening today here in Sarasota.
We've got Colleen Wakeman saying good morning from EDBRC, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Well, good morning. For those who don't know, this is approximately 9:53 here in Sarasota, Florida, and on the West Coast, it's about 6:53 or 6:56.
We have an Albertan in our midst.
Well, Alberta's not on the West Coast, but it's close enough.
We've got BMF Boop. That's a fun name. Let's go LACBC. LACBDC. That's a mess. That's an alphabet soup. But go, you got this.
I recognize this name, Beefcake. He's from the LA region. He says, go LADBC kids.
Seth Simskillis says, go 22 Dragons. Traveling Canadian Beach Bums. Another fun name. Let's go Edmonton. Amanda Anderson, good morning from Victoria. Here cheering on our gorging Dragons. BMF Boop says, good morning from Arizona. Traveling Canadian Beach Bums counters with emoji flexing.
So I have a lot of people wondering, how do you get yourself into a Club Crew Championship? Bob, how hard is it to get into a team and getting down here to race one of these championship races?
It's not necessarily hard. It's rather simple. You have to be on a club that practices, and a club that then goes to its national championship and competes and wins a berth. We here in the United States have changed to the model you've used in Canada for years. Bids for Club Crews are now awarded at the national championships, which we were talking about yesterday and we'll remind you today are being held at Nathan Benderson Park for the next couple of cycles. National championships are held every 2 years, and there's a number of bids per class. As you hear us describing Premier Open, Premier Women, Senior A for the 48 to 49 paddlers, Senior B, Senior C, and so on. Each class has a certain number of berths awarded. You come to your national championship, you race against other clubs in that class, and you win those berths. You then have the option to accept that berth or decline it if you don't think you're going to have the crew, and then it rolls down. So it's essentially a qualifying process. But if you want to join a club and you want to compete here at Club Crew World Championships, find out if that club is going to have an interest in winning a Club Crew berth, and then practice your tail off. There's really no other way. I said it's very simple. Put in the miles, have your club put in the miles, do the work, and you'll be here.
Now, if you don't want to do Club Crew, can you also do nationals?
You could certainly race nationals. You're going to have a high degree of competition, and I know a lot of clubs do that. Last year, I think there were at least 8 clubs that were based here in Sarasota that practice here at Nathan Benderson Park that raced nationals because it was in their backyard, just to get the experience of what it's like to race against crews from around the country.
All right, we're just a few minutes away, and we'll continue keeping you updated in the internet world. But for the racers out here, it is another hot day. I didn't really see the temperature this morning, but
it's Florida in July. Assume 95.
It's really sticky out here. I don't see a cloud in the sky at all, so it doesn't look like we're going to have any issues with thunderstorms.
Give me a second to knock on the table.
I heard the knock.
There we go.
Nor have I seen an alligator in the water, so things are looking good.
They're out there. There's fish jumping, though. There is so little wind, which is definitely going to make the cruise very warm today. There's very little wind, but there's fish jumping. Lots of motion out there from our officials.
We have a lot of volunteers from the local area here. I want to say thank you to all the volunteers that have come out to make this championship a wonderful time for all the paddlers and for all the spectators around the world.
We're on day 2 of 6.
It's only day 2?
I believe, is it Wednesday?
I have lost track.
Yeah, that tends to happen at events like this. You just sort of wake up, look at the schedule, and go, where do I need to be? When do I need to be there?
What club do you belong to here in the U.S.?
I'm racing here with, and have been for the last 14 years, with the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. And that is not to be confused with the club we'll see later, the Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. But we both practice out of the same dock in Philadelphia. And my club was established in 1983. It was the first club in the United States. They went and they raced in the original Hong Kong Dragon Boat Carnival, which featured, to give you an idea, we're racing all these classes now. Some of my teammates went to this race, which was 633 meters, because that was the length of the course they could set in Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong. There was no senior mixed. There was no women's. There was basically a boat. It was generally men. And you had a qualifier, a semifinal, and a final. So you'd fly halfway around the world and race that 3 races, 3 medals given out at the end of the day. The sport has grown from that now into this multinational event. So PDBA starting in '83 did that and has grown and grown and grown. And right now we pretty much have paddlers of all ages from U24 all the way up to Senior C.
So being on the West Coast in Vancouver, Canada, we have a big diversity of teams in the False Creek region. We host one of the largest races in North America still, called the Concord Pacific Dragon Boat Festival. We'd love to see teams come out and put the challenges on the water. We love the competition. And in the U.S., there are a lot of amazing races locally that you can enter into. So we hope to see all of you again soon. I
know PDBA raced your festival in 2018. We sent a crew out and had a good time. I think they made is it Fast and Furious? What's the 2K? What's the name of the 2K?
So in Canada, we call ours the Guts and Glory.
That's it. I was close. I was off by a letter. Fast and Furious, Guts and Glory. Close enough for government work.
Yes. We've had some fun times with those Guts and Glory races. And here they leave the heads and tails on, which is very surprising. But in ours, we take the heads and tails because we can't afford to lose them.
That only happened once yesterday, and that head was recovered. The head appeared to be undamaged and has been placed back in its rightful place. You talk about the growth of the sport, and one of the things I didn't get to point, it was in my mind, but I was thinking of it. In Philadelphia, talking about the growth, going from that original club in 1983, our practice docks in Philadelphia, it used to be 1 club, then it was 2, then it was 3, and then with the explosive growth of women's paddling sports, we now have no fewer than 17 clubs practicing out of our docks in Philadelphia. On any given night, there's people in outriggers, there's mixed teams, there's club teams, there's always boat traffic out there with the rowers.
Cyril Liu online said next year Panama will host the PACCC 2023, and they say you are welcomed.
That is the Pan American Club Crew Championships, yes?
Have you been there?
To Panama, no. I just know it's a song by Van Halen, but I hear it's really nice.
Yeah, the Panama Dragon Boat Association is wishing good luck to all paddlers and hope to see them there. Ricardo Chu, hello from Panama. Yes, we have a dragon boat. Come and visit. We will definitely be at the next World Championships. Ricardo, we welcome you and look forward to seeing you.
Awesome. I got BMF Boop. Let's get dragon boat in the Olympics. We don't have time for that kind of. There's a long story and there's been a long effort to try and do it, but
never say never.
Never say never, but in a serious mathematical thing, our athletes village for the IDBF World Championships and like for this event is bigger than the athletes village for the current Olympics. So you can't really double the size of the Olympics without reducing the scale of the sport. So it's a point of debate, but it's a good question, and we'll keep trying. You never know what could happen in the future.
Desiree Simmons from Arizona welcomed us for the second day. If you guys would like to race at a nice race in Arizona, check out the Arizona Dragon Boat Festival. And there's Sheena from Texas. Good morning, Puppy. She knows my nickname. I have a nickname in dragon boating, and people know me as Puppy.
Your nickname is Puppy, and you admitted this?
I'll explain it another time.
Oh, but, my goodness.
Welcome. Thanks, Sheena.
Wow. That's kind of cute. All right, it's Flushing Marina. The entire marina? Rooting for Catch 22. Well, no surprise. Just like I was talking about the practice docks in Philadelphia, where everybody practices pretty much out of one spot. If you paddle in New York, you paddle out of the Flushing Marina, the world's fairgrounds marina, where I believe the water is like 1.5 feet deep and has been there since the Carter administration. But honestly, that's what makes the New York paddlers so tough. Matthew can attest to this fact. And I tease because I care. There's several teams there, and I know them all very well. Catch 22, the New York Wall Street Dragons, DCH Racing, Empire Dragons, Extreme New York, you name it. They all practice out of there and know each other really well.
Good morning, Jackson. How's your paddling up there in Texas? Jackson has actually been training very hard. We see his videos online a lot. So congratulations, Jackson. We were hoping to see you here at the World Club Crew Championships, but maybe next one.
We have Olivia Nishimi saying, go true north. Morning from Toronto. Good morning, Toronto. Mitch Sound saying, go to the Philippines. Jay Mitri is applauding and writes NYCB. I don't know which club that is. I'm just reading it as you type. He's a Mets fan. There you go.
All right, we'll be calling this race 18 just shortly, and we'll be back in a few moments. This is a call out for medal award ceremony. Call out for medal award ceremony. Race number 17, Premier Mixed Small. With the following teams, please go to the award ceremony now. Dragon Boat Club Bruno, Necra Dragon, and Gorging Dragons Victoria. With these three teams, please go to the award ceremony.
We have crews in the starting pen. This is race 18, scheduled for 10 o'clock. We're just a little bit behind. We'll make that up. Small boat, U24 mixed and U18 mixed. One crew racing in U24 mixed, the Necra Dragons. They will go off first. And then we're skipping number 2 due to budget cuts. 3, 4, and 5 will come along. LA County DBC will go off behind Necra Dragon. The Pickering Dragon Boat Clubs will go off number 4. And 22 Dragons will go off at number 5. 4 boats. Although, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do I see 5?
Good question, Ashley. We'll just confirm this on our race grid. We'll be back just momentarily. All right, it looks like you were right. We do have 5 boats. 22 Dragon does have 2 boats entered into this small boat U24 and U18 mix. Lane 1, Necra Dragon is off.
They are off and running, and as the REO Speedwagon leads us in philosophy, we're going to roll with the changes. So we have 5 boats in a 4-boat race, but we'll explain who they are in a minute. Necra Dragons are off. This is LA County DBC heading off second slot. Big cheer for LADBC as they approach the start line from their fans below us here in the tower. Pickering is going to roll off right behind them. Pickering Dragon Boat Club. These are all U18 mixed crews now.
And in boat number 4, we have the 22 Dragons being chased by their own teammates in boat number 5.
22 Dragons entering another boat in the U18 mixed. So instead of 22 Dragons, we will now have pretty much 44 Dragons running down the course.
So instead of 4 boats, we got 5 boats. We're going to get some drama here.
We'll have Montreal on Montreal Violence if they approach one another. But they're all teammates, which I think would make it twice as much fun. Because honestly, I don't know about you, if I had a teammate's boat ahead of me, that is definitely a crew I want to catch.
Just a quick shout out, if you're race number 19, marshalling is looking for you. Race number 19, Premier Mixed Starter. Please go to marshalling now.
Another perfect block here as we head down the parade lap, basically. First 500 is where the crews get in their start rhythm, get into the swing.
This is what you called your parade
It is. It's
procession.
Nice and neat. You've got pretty much Necra Dragon got out and ahead. and it looks like everybody else sort of laid back to try and give themselves some space. But, of course, because they all did it, that means nobody did it. They're all already bunching up. So you've got Pickering, 22 Dragons, and 22 Dragons, and LA County all running nose to tail as Necker Dragon tries to stay ahead of them.
Necker Dragons gets the 50-meter mark first and gets right away. As they make their first entrance into the corridor, Necker Dragon comes through the exit or entry very cleanly.
Necker Dragons is going to try and stay ahead of any of the fracas. You love to see open water ahead of you. Smooth open water, it allows your crew to focus on the effort on the stroke, and your helm can just pretty much try and pop that tiller out and do the best they can to minimize drag on that boat and maximize speed. You look at the water right now. I said there was no wind before. There's even less than no wind now, if that's possible. It absolutely looks like a mirror out there. Perfect conditions for these crews, but it's going to get hot as the races go on for sure.
Check out boat number 2, the LA County Dragon Boat Club. They enter into the second position through the corridor very cleanly, and it looks like she's under better control from the first time she did this.
For sure, and you've got Pickering closing the gap now. You can see they've made up some of that stagger as they hit that first corner, so they're going to start to feel it. They're going to want to reach up and see if they can get LA in that grip, and at the same time, you've got both of the 22 Dragons boats trying to close down. I really do want to refer to them as 44 Dragons as one, but I know that's not really fair.
It looks like boat 3 is catching boat 2, and they're only about a 2 boat length difference. Boat number 4 here, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club, entering the corridor very cleanly. And do they miss that buoy, or do they catch it? Let's see which way they go on this one.
I'm going to say they're going to miss. Run it tight, but they're not going to hit it.
They are okay. They turn to right on that buoy. So exit is clean, looking good so far.
Here comes that second 22 Dragons boat exiting the corner, and I'll turn our attention out the window here. The parade continues. We really don't have much in the way of closure on these crews, which also means they're evenly matched. You only really get a pass when you get a substantial difference. When you're looking at a 20 to 25 second stagger between the crews, that is a lot of real estate to make up. If you're not able to make that up, you get what we've got here. Because pretty much, I don't see much of a difference at all in terms of the gaps, which means these crews are all block, on the rivet, going 100%. Necker Dragon continues to run for that open water, approaching that first 1,000 meters down with 1,000 to go.
I was hoping for some drama here in the first turn, but no luck here.
Plenty of races yet to go today.
Yes. As they enter into the 1,000-meter mark, this is their second turn of the apex. Necker Dragon has a commanding lead in the sense of distance from the other boats in very clean water. They're looking very comfortable with their stroke rate. They don't look like they're working at all.
That's how professionals always make it look. The smoother you look, the easier it looks, you know the harder it is. Necker Dragon's a very well-established crew. I know from personal experience, they were the one crew that we simply could not touch when we last raced Club Cruise. Philadelphia did in 2012. They continue to be a strong crew here, just setting the pace and dangling out there, telling everyone, come and get us if you want.
Boat 3 trying to still reel in boat number 2. That is the Pickering team from Canada trying to reel into LA County Dragon Boat Club.
LA County continues to hold off Pickering. Huge crowd down here. I love the fact that every time we mention LA, I hear a cheer all the way up here on the 4th floor in the tower. And you can feel that stuff. You can hear it in the boat as you make the corner. You can feel that crowd pushing you along. It's an absolutely electric feeling. This is what racing is all about as LA continues to make their way through the turn.
Wow, they've closed the gap. Pickering is catching 2. Now, the question is, through the apex turn, what will happen?
Well, right now, Pickering is running a tighter line than LA. LA, the helm took a wide entry, but notice she's closing it down on exit. So I think she's trying to maximize boat speed on the exit. Pickering running that tight line, trying to close in. You can see the gap beginning to shrink, though. Pickering has got them in the grip, and they're going to see if they can get that overlap in the 3rd corner.
Last 1,000 meters. Here they go. 3 over 2. That's what the whole challenge is. But look at 22 Dragons. They cut that corner very tight as well.
Yep. Paddles over the buoy, but the hull did not cut inside the buoy. Perfectly legal turn. The second 22 Dragons boat watching the affair as they approach that 1,000-meter corner.
Boat 5, the other 22 Dragons were saying, hey, boat 4, wait for me.
There's no waiting here.
All right.
Yeah, Pickering is now down to less than a 5-foot gap. They are going for that magic overlap, cutting to the right side as we look here, but to the left side as they're on the water.
Boat 3 and 2 look like they only have a half a boat length difference now, and looks like they're going to catch boat 2 on the downside of this race.
They've got the overlap. They're going to have the right of way when they get to that third and final corner as the Necker Dragons continue to just run away. I referred to it yesterday as plowing a lonely furrow. They're racing the clock and they're racing themselves, going for the best time they possibly can.
Check this out, boat 3. They have caught boat 2. This is the Pickering team.
Yep. Pickering has closed down on LA County, so LA County is going to have to yield in the corner. They've still got about 150 meters to get there. I don't think Pickering is going to complete the pass before they get there, but LA is already set up wide. They're doing the sporting thing. They're not making it difficult. They're not making it interesting. They're doing it fairly. They're staying wide as they come towards the corner.
Agnes Santos online. Go LADBC. She's really rooting on for these kids from afar. Well, let's see what happens here. This is now approximately the 1,700 meters. They only have a little bit left through one more apex turn. As they make their final turn, they go for the home stretch, 500 meters. Necker Dragon, boat number 1, still a very commanding lead in the sense of position, but we'll have to wait for the final times. But at this point, they look strong.
Necker Dragons has pretty much been running this race like a pendulum. That steady rhythm, that steady pound all the way through, never really faltering, never changing it. They're going to run that buoy super close on exit.
Oh, and the paddles go over.
Up and over, but the hull does not touch. Clean corner.
Clean
Pickering.
Hang on, clean in what sense? They slowed down because of that.
I say clean to the hull. The
clean to the hull.
The paddles are the adjustable part. You adjust in flight as needed.
Gotcha.
As long as that hull doesn't kiss the buoy, you're fine. So, Pickering completes the pass back here.
Yeah, they do. They actually caught LADBC. Now it's going to be the home stretch, 500 meters. Can LADBC stay with them?
We'll see if they can get on that outer wave. The helm doing, again, the sporting thing, taking the wide entry on the corner, and now she's going to flatten out her line through the turn, try and hang on Pickering's wash. That is pretty much the only play you have left at this point. When you've been caught, you can certainly try and get on that wave and then hold on to them and draft all the way down to the finish line. But it is, I have to admit, it's mentally challenging. When you've been caught this way, you know you've given up 20 seconds to that crew, and you're just trying your best to limit it. And the opposite is true. If you're doing the catching, the pain goes away. You find that a little bit more energy, and you dig that much deeper. That is what makes the 2K so very special, that pursuit aspect of what's going on.
Here's boat number 4, 22 Dragons, trying to also do the same thing and try to pass LADBC in boat number 2. Do not know they'll make it. There's just not enough room left in this race course. It's only 500 meters left, but it looks like Pickering has achieved that goal. They've passed boat 2. Now, 22 Dragons going to try to do the same in the last home stretch.
They have got a lot of real estate to make up. You've got about a 75-meter gap with 500 to go. And meanwhile, the Necker Dragons are inside of 200 to go. This has been a straightforward affair. They have just put their heads down, settled into their rhythm, and gotten the job done with the grim determination it takes to get through a 2K. Timing perfect as they come down. This is Necker Dragons running their way to the U24 mixed. They are the only U24 mixed crew, but there's a point of pride. Even though they're racing another class, you want to look at that timing sheet and know you put down the fastest time you possibly could against the crews that are there.
We hope to see more U24 teams in the future. As we come out of COVID, it'll be great to see more teams at the next Club Crew Championships.
That is Necker Dragons' jobs done. Heads down. Everybody catch your breath. Excellent work to the Necker Dragons, U24 mixed.
Boat number 2 coming through, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Spread their lead by at least 3 boat lengths over the LADBC in boat number 2.
Once they made the capture, it has all swung Pickering's way. LA hanging onto that wash the best that they can, but about 2 boat lengths down now. Pickering is bringing that rate up inside the last 50 to go.
The paddle rate has come up on boat number 3, and they're doing a start as if it's the beginning of the race.
Yep.
I wonder where they get all their energy from.
Nah, you pretty much empty the tank here. When you can see those buoys, you know there's nothing left. You got all the recovery time in the world to get back.
And coming through the line is boat number 2, the LADBC Team DPW.
Huge cheer again for the LA team as they come across the line. All their fans right here in the tower beneath us. We can hear it 4 floors up. Fantastic to hear the support. And here are the first of the 22 Dragons boats. This is boat.
We have a official boat coming up to boat 3. Somebody's collapsed in their seat. It looks like they're just going to check on them to see if they're okay. And 22 Dragons coming through the finish line. It looks like they're just exhausted.
Sure. Yeah, they're calling for basically some ice and some water.
So safety boats are coming out with some extra water for boat number 3, Pickering, just trying to make sure they're hydrated and they're okay. Great job, officials, on the water.
The medical support out here is outstanding. You're never too far from a medical boat, and they're paying attention to all these athletes here in the heat.
And here comes boat number 5, the second 22 Dragons. The first team on boat number 4 didn't wait for them. They just took off.
That's what you do to your teammates. They're on their own. And we would have done the same thing. That's pretty much what practice is all about. The other boat, if there's 2 boats going in the same direction, it's a race.
And they're just giving everything they've got. They made it. So again, on the mixed division for small boat, it's a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 5 paddlers for either gender. Drummer and helm can be of either gender.
Good job to 22 Dragons.
All right, this is event number 19 coming your way in a few moments. It'll be the Standard Premier Mixed. This is a call to the marshalling area, please. The following teams to the marshalling area. Race number 18 and 19 to the marshalling area, please. All teams, U24, U18 mixed to the marshalling area. Race number 19, Premier Mixed to the marshalling area now. Dragon saddles are here in the vendor area. Seat cushions based on the science of paddling techniques. There's 9 models. If you need a Dragon saddle to protect your tush on the Dragon boat, go get one right now in the vendor area. Seat cushions are of great value.
I have to say, as an owner of a Dragon saddle, it is one of the best things I ever got. You cannot get ahead in this sport when your mind's on your behind.
And they all conform to the IDBF rules, and if you need one, go get one. All right, this is race number 19, Premier Mixed Standard Boat. In lane number 1, we have the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane number 2, from Canada, 22 Dragons Montreal. Lane number 3, from Canada, TNPC, True North Paddling Club. In lane number 4, from the USA, West Coast, South Breeze. In lane number 5, from Great Britain, Ciclow 100 Milton Keynes. In lane number 6, from USA, Catch 22, New York City. Lane number 7, we have CYPN Storm Boston. And lane number 8 from the U.S., West Coast Rising Tide Lawndale. And lane number 9 from Canada, Dragon Zone Paddling Club Vancouver. In lane number 10, we have New Dragons Racing Club Toronto.
First go for the Premier Mixed 2K here. They waited all day yesterday to get their shot as they watched the open classes race. Many of these athletes might have raced in the open class and are doing double duty today. And while we've got a chance here, while these crews are idling in the starting area, I want to issue a slight correction, one of many I'm sure I'll have this week. Yesterday, referring to the South Breeze crew that'll go off 4th, I mentioned that they were outrigger paddlers that are paddling dragon boat. And one of my teammates and team captain for Philly Dragon Boat Association, Ross Flemmer, was kind to point out, he goes, you had that right, except you had it 100% backwards. They are dragon boat paddlers that train in outriggers, but they are actually a grassroots dragon boat team. And not only are they grassroots, where they are all dragon boaters, one of the conditions of joining South Breeze is that you start coaching a community dragon boat team. And in doing so, they're growing the roots that are feeding the South Breeze program. So that South Breeze program continues to grow and expand the sport of dragon boat racing in LA and make it accessible. And it's truly a model that I think we need across the United States, because that is one of the best ways to get younger and new paddlers into the sport, through a community team that introduces them. I know I myself started on a corporate team and then found my way to my club. You can find your way in, you can learn the sport, and then if you see a team like South Breeze, much like a lot of these established clubs, to step up to, it gives you something to aim for. So I just wanted to issue that clarification and make sure I get it right.
How about the CYPN Storm? Do you know anything about them?
I do. I met them last year. First time they were racing at Nationals. They were founded in 2015 out of Boston. CYPN stands for the Chinese Young Professionals Network. This is their first time racing the Club Crew World Championships. They qualified here last year at the Nationals. This is going to be their first 2,000-meter race at the CCWC.
Wonderful. We also have Philadelphia Dragon Boat here.
We do.
What do you know about them?
I don't know anything about them. No, they are, again, in the interest of full disclosure, that is my home club, my teammates. As I'm looking at them right now as they idle, Bill Heffernan is the most experienced steersperson on the helm for PDBA. Katie Godfrey has been the Team USA Premier Men's Drummer, Premier Open, Premier Mixed since 2004. Between Billy and Katie, they probably have more medals between them than I'd venture to say any other pairing in Dragon Boat. They are the people you want in this crew. This is going to be the first time the Premier Mixed is racing, Philadelphia's crew anyway, since we were last in Hong Kong in 2012. We had our Senior B Mixed, Senior B Open yesterday. It's Premier Mixed first shot, and they are going to go off first. Been talking about it all day and all day yesterday. That clean water is out there. They know they're going to have 8-9 crews breathing down their necks. It's their job to use that clean water and stay ahead, as 22 Dragons are going to be right behind them, and then True North, South Breeze, the Seklo 100 from UK, Catch 22, the CYPN Storm that we were talking about, Rising Tide from LA, Dragon Zone from Vancouver, and New Dragons Racing Club.
And there they go. Lane number 1, the Philadelphia team has been given the go on the race number 19 Standard Premier Mixed. Who do you know on that team?
I know all of them.
Okay.
They've pretty much, that entire boat, I've either been a part of or had my butt kicked by for the last 8 months of the year.
Here comes 22 Dragons, Matt Smith coaching and steering that boat right now, and they're off on a very fast start from Montreal.
Really high rate, but you can look at them stretching it out. Got to bring that rate down.
From Canada, TNPC, True North Paddling Club.
I actually know someone on this crew. Paul Verschoor has been one of my, it was a Facebook friend who's turned into a very close personal friend. He's now racing on True North today. I believe some of these members were Outer Harbor prior. And
here's that team you were just talking about. This is South Breeze from LA. Again, this team is coached by Josh Huang, and he is done a magnificent job with these paddlers and getting them to support the grassroots. South Breeze earning their berth last year at the National Championships. This is their first Club Crew World Championships. And now coming off in 5, this is the Seklo 100 Club out of the United Kingdom, out of Milton Keynes, home to several Formula One teams. Let's see if they have the speed. Lane number 6, we have Catch 22 New York Club. And on this team is the steers person. That is Matthew Auer, other announcer that you've been listening to. He's actually steering this boat, and we were going to give him a shout-out here. Good luck to you, Matthew.
I see he went with a hat. That was a point of debate this morning, whether he was going to wear a hat or not, and I'm glad to see that he did.
And here's the boat 7, CYPN. And what are they called again, the acronym?
The acronym stands for the Chinese Young Professionals Network out of Boston, founded in 2015.
And from the LA region, this is Rising Tide. This is one of the other up-and-coming teams in the LA region, and they've been doing really well on the West Coast.
Yep, look at that. The helm's already popping the tiller out, trying to minimize drag the best that they can. Here comes Dragon Zone Paddling Club out of Vancouver as PDBA is already into the first corner. This is how long this field is. More than 500 meters of boats lined up in formation. PDBA making the turn as Dragon Zone Paddling Club makes the start, and just now, the New Dragons Racing Club out of Toronto, our 10th and final Premier Mix crew, approaches the start line. The helm making the motion of literally cracking the whip over their heads to get them through the start and get them settled in.
And for those who don't know who New Dragon is, they are the NDRC team that we keep hearing about. Very, very strong team that most teams fear.
I've been hearing about them for years. They're definitely one of the more established crews that definitely can never be underestimated.
Check out this is the first turn. TNPC makes the final exit out of that first turn very cleanly. Boat number 4, South Breeze, following in suit through the corridor.
No captures yet, but we do have a close down as I count through the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like CYPN Storm and Rising Tide are already coming together. Rising Tide trying to get on par to see if they can get position on CYPN and get them to yield in the turn.
So boat 8 has caught boat 7's Rising Tide and CYPN. Let's see what happens at the 50-meter call.
They're at that buoy, and it's unofficially, it's really tough to call from this angle. I don't think they have right-of-way yet, but CYPN may yield because they know there's not really going to be stopping this pass at this point, and that looks like what's happening. They are taking the wide line and giving Rising Tide the room that they need.
No, they are
not.
No,
they're not.
They cut them off on that, and they're going to be a collision. Yes,
big hit.
A collision. Boat number 7 is collided by boat number. What boat hit them?
Well, that was, I believe, that was
8.
Yep. I'm trying to make sure I get it right. But Rising Tide technically collided with. However, it's going to come down to that commitment buoy. Did Rising Tide have the right of way, and did CYPN exercise a right that they had? Meanwhile, at the front, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, 1,000 meters down, Bill Heffernan balancing on the gunnel. If you take a look at that, he is doing the tightrope walk to get that boat to lean out and carve. You get the right side of the hull to lean in. It carves even more. Very few steerers do that. As a matter of fact, Billy's the only one I've ever seen do it. Trying to get that thing, but you can see that 22 Dragons are trying to close down the gap to Philadelphia, and at the same time, True North trying to close down the gap to the 22 Dragons.
It was amazing on that last little incident on the the first turn that the CYPN steers or helm did not fall over there. That was a full collision there on that turn.
For sure. Listen to the roar, though, below us as the Cal Berkeley team cheers on South Breeze as they make their way around the corner.
That's Keith steering that boat right now, and he's really trying to get that boat to cut through the corridor as clean as possible.
Yep.
He's gone through the middle. It's not as tight as the other teams I've seen go through that corridor, but still very clean.
It's the balance of boat speed versus steering leverage. You want to find that sweet spot that doesn't slow the boat down. You carves it around as fast as possible.
Here comes Seklo
the Seklo Hundreds.
Here they come from Great Britain.
United Kingdom, Milton Keynes. That's a town name I just love saying.
They're just trying to stay away from any drama, keep everyone away from them.
And looking at my notes here, this is their first time at Club Cruise.
And this is boat number 6, Catch 22. Matthew Auer, he's taking a quick look to his right to see if any boats are in his way, but he's going to have a free entrance into the corridor.
Matthew doing now, he's talked about steering, but now he's actually got to do it. And not an easy job by any stretch. Catch 22 making the turn. Although Matthew. Oh, no.
Where are you going, Matthew?
Matthew is taking the very route that he said to so many people yesterday not to take. He's a full boat length and a half out of the corridor trying to get Catch 22 on par as he looks back. And you've got CYPN Storm and Rising Tide still doing their best to come to terms as Catch 22 finds their way back into the course. But Unfortunately, Matthew just handed those two crews 3 boat lengths.
So Rising Tide's steersperson is trying to keep the boats online, and he's struggling, but manages to come under control. CYPN is still on the inside, followed by the...
Here comes Dragon Zone. They're boat 9 that are closing in on 7 and 8 because of all the extracurricular steering, and at the same time, NDRC is closing up on all of these boats, so... The Premier Mix giving us the chariot race we waited for, the strongest Premier Mixed crews in the standard boats, all right here, coming now nose to tail. You've got 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 pretty much on spot.
We're now going down the race course, and we're at the 1,500 meters. Last 500 stretch. This is the 3rd turn of the 2,000-meter race.
PDBA continues to lead the parade, doing their best to keep the stagger that they started off the line with 22 Dragons right behind them looking up.
TNPC, boat 3, trying to catch boat 2 of the 22 Dragons, but not having a lot of success here.
South Breeze running in clean water behind the top 3. They've got no wakes to disturb them and are just running against the clock, trying to keep everybody else in sight.
Keith is pulling the steering oar on boat number 4 with South Breeze, trying to cut that corner there and keep it within the corridor.
It's a clean line right now for South Breeze, looking up. Everybody's staying in single file, though, as they come out of the corner. They can run to any water they want now.
Our drama is with boat 7 and 8, CYP and Storm, and Rising Tide. They've been battling at each of the corners and made contact on the first turn.
Here they come again.
But NDRC is going to be in this mix now. NDRC is catching 7 and 8.
So now Rising Tide is going to try and get into position again on CYP and Storm. I have to say I'm surprised they haven't completed the pass yet.
We have 5 boats coming into the final turn, and there's going to be some drama here, Bob.
Now we're cooking.
This is boat number 5 coming through the turn, and that is the Seclo Hundreds. And what's that team, town that you were calling it?
They're out of Milton Keynes in the UK, which is the seat of several of the Formula One teams and several of the drivers.
So let's see who has right of way here and see who gives clearance to the other team. And it looks like it's still, oh, that is our friend.
That is Matthew.
That is Matthew in his boat.
Catch 22 has pretty much, he's hanging on for dear life as the rest of the field is breathing down their necks, coming in behind them 3 wide.
Oh.
You've got CYP and Storm, Rising Tide, another collision side to side, basically hip checking him like a hockey game, breaking out at the 1,500 meter mark, which has opened the door for NDRC to go through on the inside.
NDRC takes advantage of this little collision between 9 and 7.
2 for the price of 1.
Why is 7 getting into contact with 2 teams now?
I cannot judge. It's just, sometimes it's just not your day. And again, it is CYPN's first time at the Club Crew World Championships, and if you're having passes like this happening for the first time, you don't know if they're practicing by themselves. You just simply don't know what could be happening.
So boat 7, CYPN, has been in 2 controversies here. We'll have to wait for the judges to make their call, but they have been lapped by boats 8, 9, and 10.
And while all that was going on, our first 4 crews, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, 22 Dragons, TNPC, and South Breeze, have all come across the line to complete clean and green, drama-free races, which is what you want. They will be judged by the clock. Meanwhile, the hockey game that broke out at the far end of the field, we're going to have the rules makers and the video interpret what's going on, but I'm sure there's going to be some penalties assessed. That's the game.
You like hockey?
I do love hockey.
Gotcha. All right, looking down the race course, last 50 meters is boat number 5.
The Seclo Hundreds.
And Natasha Page online is rooting on the Seclos right at this point. Don Maria really cheering on NDRC from afar.
Hailing out of Milton Keynes, they say their name derives from Saxon and Norman times, where the Seclo 100 were a group of wise men that met to discuss live times and probably personal hygiene tips. Well, okay, then.
Okay, here comes our friend Matthew on catch 22 on boat number 6. We're going to have a little chat with him when he comes up to the announcing booth about his second turn there.
You're going to get a good story out of this for sure, as catch 22 is trying to hold off Rising Tide, who have definitely lived up to their name and risen through the field with almost 2 passes. But catch 22 is going to hold off Rising Tide across the line. But the mover of the day are the New Dragons, coming up from 10th at this point, having passed 2 crews.
That's NDRC.
Here's Dragon Zone coming in right behind NDRC. And
that's Olivia steering the boat number 9.
And CYPN definitely coming out of this race with a story and a half.
They're going to get called.
They're getting rattled. They were rattled around like a Plinko chip coming down the field, but they managed to stay upright. Nobody went swimming. Everybody's still on the boat, but our coach always says if you cannot win, at least get a good story out of it. And I'm there. CYPN, welcome to the Club Crew World Championships. That's a pretty stout introduction.
They still have heads and tails on their boat. So
they do.
It's a good sign.
If it's a, you know, the differences between a good landing and a great one.
All right, we'll be bringing you race number 20 in just a few moments, and that will be the U24 and U18 small boat. This is the call for race number 20 and 21 to the marshalling area. Race 20 and 21 to the marshalling area now. We are calling an award ceremony as well. Award ceremony with the following teams. Please go to the award ceremony now. Race number 17, Premier Mix, Small Boat, Dragon Boat Club Bruno, Necklace Dragon, and Gorging Dragons. In addition to the medal award ceremony, race number 18, U24 Mix, Necklace Dragon, and the U18, LA County DBC, 22 Dragons, and Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful, the weather's amazing, the people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
tough.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers.
This is a call for the award ceremony. Premier Mix from heat number 19. Premier Mix Standard heat number 19 award ceremony. With the following teams, please go to the award ceremony. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, 22 Dragons Montreal, TNPC Toronto, An announcement with the team manager for the Dubai Paddle Club. Again, the team manager for the Dubai Paddle Club. Please go to the admin tent now.
Commentator, this is admin. I asked the Dubai Diggers. It's a different club.
I apologize. Dubai Digger manager. Please go to the admin tent. Dubai Digger manager to the admin tent. This is an announcement for award ceremony. From race number 18, U18 mix. With the following teams, please come to the award ceremony. LA County DBC, 22 Dragons Montreal, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. With these three teams, please come to the award ceremony for U18.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter it's not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
With the following teams, go to the marshalling area now. Race number 20. Race 20, U24 and U18 to the marshalling area now. Race 20, U24 women and U18 small boat to the marshalling area now. After we load race 20, U24 women and U18 small boat to the marshalling, we will load heat 22 Premier Open small boat. Again, once we load U24 women and U18 women's small boat, we will ask that heat 22 Premier Open
really
small boat to
about
proceed to the marshalling
being here
area.
in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue
Check
is a
out the
great race venue
Bird and Water
because it's
booth to
so
see the
purpose-built
latest
for paddle
premier
sports.
carbon
It's
paddles
consistent
designed,
water depth,
made in the
which
USA,
makes for fast times.
engineered for
Everybody
pure
has an
performance.
equal footing in
Bird and
every
Water,
race. This
gear
venue
paddlers
is
love,
one of the greatest
made in the
venues
USA.
for really highly competitive races.
Dragon saddles are here in the vendor area. See cushions based on the science of paddling technique. 9 different models. Check it out. Dragon saddles are here for you.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun.
Award
in the
ceremony
941.
request.
Go to funinthe941.com
Award ceremony
to see our
request.
offers.
We are looking for the U18 22 Dragons Montreal small boat. Please go to the award ceremony now. U18 from race number 18, 22 Dragons Montreal to the award ceremony. So good morning from Sarasota, Florida. Time here is 11:22. We've had 4 amazing 2,000-meter races already, and we only have, it looks like, 6 more for the day. Back to the announcing booth, we have Matthew Au from Catch 22, Bob Mina from the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, and myself, Kerry Chow from Vancouver Dragon Zone. Matthew, how was that race?
It was a tough race. Premier Mixed is always one of the kind of landmark events of CCWC and of racing in general in the world. It was a tough field, but congratulations to the 3 teams that made the podium, especially number 1, which I believe was True North.
Yeah, True North took that race by about 9 seconds, followed by 22 Dragons, and with a split of a hair, Philadelphia in 3rd. Bob, that was a close race, eh?
Very close, and it's always interesting when you get hundredths of a second time gaps, despite the distance being 2K. But every stroke, every angle matters in a 2K. So we're not surprised at all to see at the premier level we're getting such close gaps.
So we have a feature on a team here, and I'll let Matthew talk about that team.
Yeah, so coming up in race 20, which is the small boat U24 and U18 women final, we have 2 LA County Dragon Boat Club, also known as Team DPW, boats. So LA County Dragon Boat Club is based out of, as you can imagine, Los Angeles County. They paddle out of the beautiful Santa Fe Dam in Irwindale, California, which is in East LA. Their head coach is Nathan Salazar. He's a great dude. And we see a whole bunch of boats coming out on the water right now. In fact, boat number 2 is one of the LA boats. I think my friend Olivia is steering that boat. They're a great group of kids. They're all either under 18 or under 24, and I believe the youngest we have here is 14 on that boat, either 14 or 12, something like that. It'll be great to see them go up against some of these other awesome crews. And they just got some new kit, too, so they're decked out in their nice red and white hats and their red, black, and white jerseys. So good luck to them. That's boats 2 and 4.
Before we get started here, I just want to remind everybody that Regatta Sport is the official merchandiser of the Club Crew World Championships for 2022. Regatta Sport is on site every day from 8 o'clock until basically they close the tent. The line has been out the tent the past couple of days, so if you want to get your gear, get to the Regatta Sport tent where they have limited edition tank tops, long and short sleeve t-shirts in both men's and women's sizes, and also special commemorative 2022 t-shirts with club and athlete names printed on them, souvenir caps, accessories, and more. Head down to Vendors Row and grab your championship beer before they're all gone. They brought a limited number. Once it's gone, it's gone. Regatta Sports, official merchandiser for the Club Crew 2022 World Championships.
Excellent. Matthew, where can people see the results for this race?
Well, you can go to idbfchamps.org/results. That's idbfchamps.org/results to see live results updating as we get them.
Excellent. We also have some hashtags going out there. What are the hashtags?
That's right. So when you post about CCWC, make sure you use hashtags CCWC2022, hashtag MyNBP, that's NBP for Nathan Benderson Park, hashtag USDBF, and hashtag IDBF so that we see all of your posts. Maybe we repost it. Maybe you can share with all your friends. Make sure you get on social and post all your fun photos with your friends and your racing.
Got a comment on social media here. Beefcake from the Los Angeles area asked, when is the Burn Water Paddle giveaway? I'm not sure, but I'll get to Aaron and Marinka to talk about the giveaway and when that will occur. But if you're at the site, please go see them. They are our official sponsors here for this event. We're just waiting for one team by the looks of it. The announcers are all in the same booth here looking for the 5th team on the water.
We're all looking around like it's, we can see pretty much in every direction.
Just before that starts, we have a small little change in the schedule. This is race number 20. That's going to happen in just a few minutes. Followed by race 22. We're going to flip 21 and 22 around. So we'll go from race 20 to race 22, Premier Open Small Boat. And then we'll go back to 21, which is the U24, U18 small boat. So if you're online, you're going, why did they jump one number? It's because we just flipped them around. It's most likely because there's a back-to-back race, and we have to give the teams some time to cool down and come back onto the water. It is hard to race back-to-back in a 2,000-meter race, which would end up to be a 4,000-meter race. So do we have the other team on the water yet?
Looks like we don't.
I see 4 out of 5.
So let's just give a quick shout out to the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Let's go locate their information here quickly.
I think they've been to every CCWC since 2002. Is that correct, Kerry?
Yes. They are one of their premier teams in the Canadian circuit. Pickering Dragon Boat Club, basically in 2012, they paddled 24 hours to set a Guinness World Record, covering a total distance of 214.39 kilometers. And that was August 25th and 26th. So they've actually got a world's record in the Guinness World Book.
So 214 kilometers. For my American friends, that's like, I think, 906 miles.
That's a lot.
I have to check my math.
This team represented the Club Crew Championships, 40-plus Club Crew Championship medals in 2002 to 2016. In 2016, in Adelaide. In Australia, 2 gold, 5 silver, 1 bronze. In 2014, Ravenna, Italy, 9 gold, 4 silver, 5 bronze. In 2012, Hong Kong, 5 gold, 1 silver, and 4 bronze. 2008, Penang, Malaysia, Grandmaster Open Women and Mixed. This team has traveled a lot, and they have come here to showcase their team this year.
Looks like our 5th boat has finally made it to the start pen. So we've got, again, going off in slot 1, there are 3 U24 women small boats. First off will be Cal Dragon Boat, number 1. Number 2 will be the LA County DBC, Team DPW. And then the 3rd slot will be Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Those are our 3 U24 women. Then there are 2 U18 women crews, LA County DBC, and the 22 Dragons.
That's right. This should be a really great race. Race number 20, which is the U24 U18 Women's Small Boat 2K.
Now, which boat was Olivia Quinn steering?
I believe she's in 2.
First time steering at a Club Crew World Championships, huh?
Yeah, she's doing great so far.
In a small boat.
In a small boat.
Oof. That is some guts right there.
And I think I see some folks over in Boat 1, which is Cal Dragon Boat. Cal Dragon Boat is the Dragon Boat Club, student-run Dragon Boat Club out of UC Berkeley in California. One of the top college crews here in the U.S. Very proud to see them here racing.
I actually like the kit. Part of the attraction of racing a club cruise comes on the last day. When you're done racing, you bring spare jerseys and you trade up. And I got to say, some of the Cal Berkeley long sleeves, the yellow sleeves, I'm really liking it.
I got my eyes on one, too.
All right. Do they have anybody roughly 6 feet, about 178 pounds?
We'll see.
All right.
And which team are you guys talking about there?
Cal Berkeley.
Cal, right there.
Right there. The long sleeve. No, I'm not going to trade for the women's jersey, obviously. They look way better in it than I ever would. But, you know, that jersey itself, that just looks really cool.
Yeah, it is.
Part of it is this whole week, before you do the trade, you scope out the clubs you want to trade with, and you start negotiating, and you don't trade until the last day. But it's always a good idea to have a sense of who you want to go and trade with when it's over.
Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. This is race number 20 on the water. In race number 20, we have the U24. There is 3 boats in this, and Cal is going to be set off first, followed by the LA County, and in 3rd place, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In the same grouping, we have the U18, also LA County in boat number 4, and in Montreal, 22 Dragons in number 5. Race officials give them the last call, and they backed off. That was a false start for me.
You have to wait under starter's order. Must listen to your officials. The officials don't like it when you do independent study and do your own start.
That's right.
I heard a story that you actually tried to do a start before the gun at one of the races.
We did no such thing.
Okay.
I can neither confirm nor deny that the officials were talking to us in cross tones.
And there's the call. And boat 1 is off its way. It is right now 11:30 a.m. here in Sarasota, Florida. And we are actually on time.
We're running with the accuracy of a Swiss watch and a Japanese bullet train. Let's go.
And none of us are Japanese here.
That's fine. It's still a great metaphor. We're accurate. We're on the money. Let's go. Boat number 2.
This is Matthew's team. Matthew, who is this?
This is, in fact, LA County Dragon Boat Club U24, and that is Olivia Quinn on the helm.
Wonderful. And the final U24 team is the Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
One of the 2 PDBCs we have here, Pickering Dragon Boat Club and Penn Dragon Boat Club.
We will see Penn later today.
in the Premier Open Division small boat. That's right, Bob.
Yep. Now we start the U18 women. This is the second LA boat here. LA County DBC, Team DPW. The U18 women.
Must be hot in those black jerseys.
Only on the shoulders. Their torsos are nice and cool in the white, which reflects.
And finally, in lane number 5 is 22 Dragons of Montreal. So this is the U24, U18 small boat. So who online is cheering who on here? And Matt Coverdale is cheering on Olivia Quinn.
Apparently, Olivia and only Olivia. Everybody else in the boat, you're on your own.
We look down the race course and are roughly at the 250-meter mark. Again, there's 3 turns. The first turn coming your way in just a momentary here. And we do have some teams clumping up again here. More drama for you.
Well, it's going to take a bit. Again, we'll refer to this consistently as the parade segment, almost the parade lap. This is where the crews get a sense, find that swing, find that settle, and start to say, are we going to make the catch or not? And the helms will be smart enough, if they know they're not going to make the catch on this leg, to set themselves up to make the catch on leg 2 if it looks like they're going to close down. And right now, Cal Dragonboat trying to hold off LA County DBC, and Pickering trying to run down LA County. So you've once again got that classic 3-way chase going on. Cal is out front. Stroke rate's fairly close. Not a real difference in rate. We'll go back to see if Pickering, who had gone off the line at a higher rate compared to the other 2 crews, what they're doing.
That's right, and especially in these small boats, you really do feel some of the wake of the boat in front of you. The helms are going to have to do a really good job, the ones especially behind boat 1, behind Cal, are going to have to do a really good job fending off that wake or making sure they stay out of the way so as not to throw off their boat. Especially these small boats, they really turn on a dime, and doing anything really affects them.
Yeah, they're very, very, very sensitive boats.
Cal Dragon Boat entering the first quarter turn, have been given the right of way. LADBC is following just in suit.
LADBC less than 2 seconds behind now, having closed down that 20-second plus stagger. So I'm sure we're going to see a pass on the straightaway here, setting up. Pickering now, having closed down the stagger a bit to both of them, is going to try and ideally catch 2 for 1. But we'll see. First corner going smoothly.
On the exit, the Cal Dragon Boat cleanly gets around that outside buoy into the exit and followed by LADBC.
Olivia guides it through right on the tail of Cal. And here comes Pickering. So we're going to have these 3 boats probably coming together on this straightaway.
LADBC, boat number 2, pulls to the inside, avoiding Cal's wash. Very interesting move, giving them clean water, and
Might
like
counter. Hang on to it.
Oh, LADBC loses control, oversteers the boat, goes to the outside, but still under full control power-wise.
She's got room to save it. There was open water over there. Thankfully, there wasn't a boat there. Back on course.
It looks like this is her second mistake of the day here. But
other 2 boats, LA County and 22 Dragons, making their way around the corner. Olivia getting back into the lane. They've got to be in lane 1. So LAPD, basically no harm, no foul. A little bit of extra distance covered, but right back where they needed to be.
That was a huge opportunity for LADBC to actually overtake Cal, but that little small mistake going from inside back to outside gave that room up. And she seems to be struggling trying to keep this boat in line here. She's doing a little what we call fishtailing.
And Matthew, as a steerer, once you've kind of lost the handle, how hard is it, like a pitcher, to get your head out of it and go, I got this, I got this, I got this?
It is tough. It is really tough. Physically, too, once the boat starts to yaw one way, it's really difficult to pull it back the other.
And especially because you can see the boat moving as DPW is trying to bounce off the wash and Pickering is coming in. That water is just basically, they're walking on a tightrope. She's dancing on 2 wakes at one time, trying to make the pass and at the same time get in position. And I was saying they're going to go 2 for 1. And look at Pickering. Having closed in, they've got position and right of way over LA County, and they might get Cal as well as they're coming into the corner. They've got about 10 meters to close to get right of way for both. It's going to be close.
All eyes onto this second turn of the day here. We're going to 1,000 meters. It's 1, 3, and 2 coming into the 50-meter right of way call.
Cal Dragon Boat is going to enter with right of way, so they're going to be able to run that line closely. But LA County is going to have to stay on that outside line as Pickering has got position on them.
Pickering's trying to figure out where to make the move. Do we make the move before the turn or after the turn? Cal seems to be slowing into this turn, and they're going to take the corridor. LADBC is on the outside. and Pickering is on the inside. And
Cal
look at Cal.
opened the door. Cal has opened the door and sweeps DPC outside. Olivia's got to take evasive action and take it double wide, and Pickering is going to run right through the slot.
Pickering taking advantage of this little mistake from Cal. LADBC being pushed to the outside as well.
And look at the rate come up for Pickering. They put their foot right on the gas. They know they've got to take advantage. And even though they're in the middle of a corner where it's really tough to accelerate, the helm fought it off, the crew accelerated, and just like that, easy as you please, 2 for 1 in the corner. That is a textbook example of taking advantage of an opportunity presented right in front of you.
So that teams came into the corners, 1, 2, and 3. Coming out of the corner, it's 3, 1, 2.
Yep.
Pickering in first, second in Cal, third LADBC, and then down on the water here is Boat 4 entering their second turn, and that will be
LA County Dragon Boat Club as well.
Excellent, but that's the U18 team.
And here are the 22 Dragons, 22 from Montreal.
Going down the race course, we're at 1,200 meters. It appears that LADBC U24 is going to overtake Cal in the number 1 boat.
We've got our drone footage here. Our live stream is focusing on the 2 crews, LA County DBC and 22 Dragons, making their way around their second turn of the day, second of 3.
Our live stream here, MR, says LA taking each other out.
Oh, we don't want that. But it was one of those deals. That's one of them racing deals.
All right, as we look down the race course, they're now at the 1,250 meter mark. It is still going to be boat number 3, Pickering in the lead here. Again, please remember, it is time-based, so position of the boat doesn't really matter per se, but it's time-based.
Pickering is off to the races at this point, galloping away now that they've reached that open water. They pretty much are racing themselves and racing the clock. Behind them, you've got Cal now trying to make the move and get back the position that they had given up to DPW. Or check that, to DBC, sorry.
No, they're actually the same name. DPW means Department of Public Works in LA. That's the original team, and they then created a junior team as we currently see today.
That's right.
And they're making the move on the outside. Cal has favored position. However, LA County team is running faster. They were side by side, and now Olivia's basically going to come over and give them something to think about. If she's clear, she's going to basically claim right of way.
Oh, she came towards them. Now they have to keep 2-meter distance.
She did. It's kept it legal, but that's just giving them something to think about.
And a lot of these folks in those 2 boats, too, boats 1 and 2, Cal and LA County, were teammates on Team USA. There are a number of Team USA youth people in both of these boats, so very, very strong paddlers. And now we see Pickering coming into their final turn.
Now, I'm very curious what official made that call, who had right away. That's a very interesting position to be in when those 2 boats are so close to each other.
I think LA is pretty much going to claim right. Olivia's going to say she had it because she entered the corner first. Still taking the outside, and now Cal Dragon Boat going way outside, the meta outside the orange buoys.
That seems to be a big disadvantage coming onto the outside. There's a lot more distance that you have to cover.
There really is.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rules against it. You're not going to get penalized for going too far because according to the letter and the spirit of the rules, you're really penalizing yourself by taking such a long line when the red buoys are where the course is designated.
Cal just made a very impressive move by cutting right back into the course there on the 1,500 meter mark.
But take a look at the real estate they gave up to DPW just by taking the long line, almost 2 boat lengths. Remember, they entered the corner side by side.
Here comes the U18 boat. This is the
This is LA County. And in
Correct.
fact, one of the fun trivia facts, you look at right stroke, that's Angeli Salazar, Coach Nathan's daughter, and you see she has a white paddle. I think that's the only all-white paddle I've ever seen in my entire life. I was told that that paddle was made custom for her.
Oh, cool. Well, if anybody borrows it, she's going to be able to get it back pretty easily.
Yeah, exactly.
And finally, coming into the last of the 3 turns is the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Sorry, wrong. 22 Dragons of the U18 team.
I think as a Canadian, you're allowed 3 mistakes. That was one. You'll have to take it up with them.
So can anyone see what this is in live stream?
I don't speak that.
Daniel Moskalenko, yes, it's race 22 is when the Ukrainian team will be here. Zahili Vitor.
That is awesome. We have a translator here.
That's terrifying.
And now into the final straightaway, we see almost all of our crews. 22 Dragons finishing their turn. And Pickering is leading this charge into the finish line.
This race has gone all Pickering's way so far, unofficially, but if you've started third and you've passed everyone ahead of you, the clock is definitely going to be in your favor. 3 boats in the U24 women's field, and barring penalties or any sort of official changes, they have made it look easy, even though we know it is far from it.
Coming to the finish line, the last 50 meters, it appears that Pickering has a very commanding lead here. But again, we'll wait for time results and any penalties that may be assessed.
And for all of that excitement we had, what effectively we've had is that Pickering and Cal have switched places. LA County DPW is going to be exactly where they started, right in the middle of 2 boats in the second slot.
Wow, the drum rate just went up on Pickering on the finish. That was amazing.
They finished strongly.
Here comes boat number 2 from Los Angeles, LA County DBC.
No contact, no foul, no blocks, we hope. And across the line for Team DPW. And here is Cal Dragon Boat, the U24 women in Cal Berkeley. Last 10 strokes here as they come to those timing lines. And finally get a chance to exhale. They always paddle through the line, all these crews paddling through. We haven't seen anybody check up sooner than they need to. Boat number 4, this is the LA County DBC U18 women's entry. And it looks like, to my eye, they have expanded the gap between them and 22 Dragons. They are the only 2 boats racing in their class, the U18 women. But we'll wait for the official results. As Carrie mentioned, or as Matthew mentioned, that white paddle, that is very unique. I can't say I've ever seen an all-white paddle.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a pink one for the breast cancer teams.
Makes it hard for you to hide your feather, though, if you're not feathering, because you really see that blade face. I don't know. Give me black. I want an invisible paddle.
Or it blends right into the side of the boat.
And finally, in the boat number 5, 22 Dragons coming through from Montreal. And they're just trying to finish this race. I think they're done for right now.
They've done a solid job. Coming from Montreal, not exactly known for its hot and humid summers. They have the occasional hot and humid day, but certainly nothing like Sarasota. All of these crews pretty much opening the door, introducing themselves to Florida heat and humidity and going, why do people live here?
Have you ever tried their Montreal smoked meat?
No.
To die for.
Oh, okay then. But I tease Florida because I care. I love racing down here. Give me the heat any day of the week. 22 Dragons across the line.
All right, that was event number 20 on the water, and we again are going to shift to race number 22, the Premier Open Small Boat. Don't miss this race. We'll be back shortly. This is a call for Premier Open Small Boat to marshalling. With the following teams, please go to marshalling now. Premier Open Small Boat, race number 22 to marshalling.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized. The race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
One of the things that we have found to be
This is a call for race number 22, race 22 Premier Open Small Boat. With Necker Dragon, please go to marshalling now. Race 22 Premier Open Small Boat, Necker Dragon to the marshalling area now. Burnwater paddle giveaway will be on Sunday at 2 p.m. We're raffling some swag every day, free to enter, don't need to be present to win. So if you want something from Burnwater, please go to your booth and enter. Burnwater paddles are individually handcrafted in our shop in California using multiple layers of aerospace-grade carbon fiber with an ultra-light high-density core. Available as fixed length or adjustable. Drop by our tent and try one and see for yourself how the paddle delivers clean entries with superior control. Burnwater, gear paddlers love, made in the USA.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now live back on our video stream, and we are live here at the venue. Of those of you at the venue, we know you haven't left. You've been here the whole time. We are getting ready for the Premier Open Small Boat 2000, and joining us up here in the booth is USDBF Vice President Mark Kane. President. Oh, you got a promotion since last. I forgot.
I did. I was elected president actually almost over a year ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, because that means now twice as much work for twice the salary, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Having been on the USDBF board, I can tease. But
yes,
congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I'll have to update my notes. He looked at me with a withering tone you could not see from behind his sunglasses, but whoops. But we will be getting started here just shortly. There will be 11 boats in this small boat Premier Open final. Going off in slot 1 will be the PADS Dragon Boat Racing Team from the Philippines. Slot 2, PTE PEAC. Lane 3, slot 3, the Dubai Diggers. Slot 4, the Seklau Hundreds from the UK. Slot 5, Zahidny Vider from Ukraine. Slot 6, Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. Slot 7 will be the Beast Boat. Slot 8, DC Dragon Boat Club. Slot 9, Dragon Boat Club Brno from the Czech Republic. Slot 10 will be the Necra Dragon from Germany. And slot 11, rounding out the field, the New Dragons Racing Club from Toronto.
Hey, Mark, how's it going out there?
It's been going pretty well down there. I've been coordinating with the IDBF officials the award ceremony the last day and a half, and it's been going pretty well.
That's excellent. You guys have done an amazing job down here in Sarasota, Florida, and we understand this will be the national race-off site.
It will be the U.S. Club Crew National Championships for the next 3 cycles.
Excellent. Are you guys looking forward to going to the next city?
To the next city?
Club Crew Championships.
Club Crew, yes, we are. My team will probably, we hope to earn a berth in 2023 for 2024 in Ravenna.
You're not a president only. You're actually a paddler.
I am a paddler. I paddle in the Senior C division, primarily. Every now and then I have paddled down in B, but I'm primarily Senior C.
And what team is that?
It is Heat out of the Villages area.
Oh, that hot-looking team with the whole group of paddlers here.
Yes, we have, I believe it's 67 paddlers plus supporters here this week. And we have a variety of boats in both C and B divisions.
Excellent. Well, let's pass it to Bob now. We'll just see what's going on in the water here.
I just wanted to say, paddling down to Senior B? I resemble that remark. See me after class, President Kane. I do what you meant. We are under starters order here, and the PADS Dragon Boat team is sitting there in 1. PTE PAC is right behind them. Dubai Diggers will go off after them. It is going to be a packed field, 11 boats. Going off on a 20-second stagger, as we have been, that means this entire field, when they start their parade down to the first corner, the first boats are going to hit that turn before the last boats have even started. This field will get spread out.
The call is just being made by the starter, and it's going to be number 1, and that is PADS from the Philippines, Dragon Boat Racing Team, and they're off.
Love that start. That Philippine start with that high rate, the high catch, and that slam dunk at the top arm. It's absolutely nothing like it. Over a 200, they are simply incredible to watch, but this is 10 times that distance.
And here's the Pesh boat, number 2, it's on its way from Hungary. And there they go. Again, these guys really got a lower rate, but they pull massive amount of water.
Yeah, the Philippine team had a much higher rate, which a lot of the Asian teams have much higher rates, especially at the start, and they will maintain that higher rate much longer than most of the North American or European teams.
Here's boat number 3, the Dubai Diggers.
And they're taking a much more, not leisurely, but progressive approach to the start line. They didn't pop right off the line because they know the clock doesn't start till they hit those buoys. So trying to be a little smarter with their effort.
So this is from Great Britain, boat number 4, Seklau Hundreds. And that city again is?
Milton Keynes. I'm just going to keep saying that every opportunity I have.
I'll let you say number 5 here.
All righty. All right, Matthew, let's see if I get this right. This is Zahidny Vider from Ukraine.
How does their start look there, Mark?
Again, it's the slower rate, which is very typical of many of the European teams. Physiologically, they're much bigger than many of the Asian teams, so the slower rate is much more natural for them.
And this is boat number 6, the Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club.
Right out of my backyard. This is PDBC. This is their first time at the Club Crew World Championships. They have earned their berth. They raced the premier open small boat last year at Nationals and won it their first time here. They are being followed by the Beast Boat.
And that's from Germany. Wow, look at that rate.
Racing in long sleeves, black jerseys in Florida. These are some tough, tough Germans.
And boat number 8, DC Dragon Boat Club out of the USA. Mark, do you know anything about this group?
Actually, the little bit I do about them, I've got to be careful. There are several teams from the D.C. area, and I've got to be careful not to mix them up, so I'm going to back off.
Gotcha. And there's boat number 9 from the Czech Republic, Dragon Boat Club Brno.
And a name we've said many, many times coming up, boat number 10, the Necro Dragons from Germany. It seems like every time we turn around, the Necro Dragons are racing in another division, up and down, Premier, Open, Small Boat, Standard, Senior A, Senior C, Senior B. They are everywhere.
And finally, leading the last of the pack is boat number 11 from Canada, NDRC, New Dragons Racing Club.
And before they've hit the start line, as NDRC is coming to the buoys, just like we figured, the Philippine team has already made the turn at the far end of the course. Look at this. The boats are spread out by about 550 meters.
Boat number 2 entering the corridor very cleanly, and that is Pesh.
The water continues to look like a mill pond. Not a hint of breeze out there today. All these crews feeling 100% of the Florida sunshine.
Yeah, the Florida sunshine with no breeze will take its toll on athletes. When you're out there 8+ minutes, 9+ minutes for a 2K. So at the end of this race, these teams will going to be looking for shade and water as fast as they can get it.
Boat number 4 coming into the first corridor turn, Seklo Hundreds from Great Britain. Again, they've entered in single file order. There doesn't seem to be a lot of drama yet there, Bob.
No, not yet. But we've got to pass. If you're looking at the first 4 boats, fairly clean, as Zahidny Viter comes around the corner. But the Beast Boat and Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club already closing in together.
We have our first drama in the first turn here. One team has caught another one. It looks like it's going to be 7 and 6.
Yep, I say Pennsylvania currently defending against the Beast Boat. Quite an aggressive maneuver from the Beast to close down on that. Henry Chow has been a drummer. He's been on the helm, but he is paddling today. I see him sitting in 5 left, so he's the team captain.
Boat 6 is just rocking through that turn, but look at the Beast Boat. They're tracking them down, and they're only about a half a boat length from the back of the other boat.
Beast Boat's making the move early. Everyone else still running through the corner in single file. DC Dragon Boat Club coming through, followed by Dragon Boat Club Brno.
DC Dragon Boat right at the apex. Nice tight turns in the corridor, right on the buoys. They're minimizing the distance they're traveling. And he made it outside buoy. I thought for a moment he might cut it, but he made it cleanly.
There comes boat number 9, the Czech team, Dragon Boat Club Brno, followed by number 10, the German Necklace Dragon.
And NDRC now entering the corners.
Yep. NDRC again cutting in tight on the first buoy. Down here we have Pads Racing Boat Team coming into their second turn.
The 1,000 meters. So they're halfway through the race when their second turn, as Mark had just mentioned. And how does it look from here?
They're in the middle of the corridor. They could be a little tighter, but he's going to tighten it up when he hits the apex buoy. He's cutting it in, and he's going to minimize his distance coming out of that turn.
Now, Pesh is trying to close down to the Pads racing team, and at the same time, the Dubai Diggers have closed down the real estate on Pesh. Not in position to make a pass yet, but certainly Pesh can feel Dubai breathing down their necks coming down in the straightaway.
Dubai Diggers really sticking that oar into the water, trying to grab as much of that lane as they can through the corridor. Here comes the Great Britain team. That's your favorite town there, Bob.
From Milton Keynes, UK, Seklau Hundreds.
And the Ukrainian team has closed the gap a little bit coming into this corner, so they're doing a good job in this heat. So Seklo Dragons is a little wide in the corner, and Ukrainians are cutting it right on the buoys. That will be to their advantage.
Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club still in the defensive position with the Beast Boat. The Beast Boats, despite the fact that they made the catch, opting to make the pass on the outside.
Boat 6 just let it run there.
Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club has stopped paddling.
They're actually giving the right of way to the Beast Boat. That's an interesting move.
That is wild. They had the right of way.
Yeah.
They did not need to stop. That's very polite, but this is racing. Very sporting.
They're going to try to keep away from each other, and there could be a potential touch here. Let's see.
Still clean. Still clean.
And they're clear on that. That was a very interesting move. Very sportsmanlike there.
That was fascinating. DC Dragon Boat Club now having watched quite an interesting corner, making their way through. Josh Rubenstein on the helm.
We have another little boat change at about 1,300 meters. It looks like we're going to see a switch in position between boats 2 and 3, Dubai and Pesh. But we'll concentrate at the second turn at 1,000 meters.
The Dragon Boat Club Bruno coming into the turn, tight to the buoys. They're minimizing the real estate they're covering. That's the best way to do this turn.
Necker Dragons, boat number 10, coming through the center of the corridor, but look at number 11. The new NDRC are going to try to track down that German team.
Visually, it looks like New Dragons Racing Club has almost cut the gap in half entering that corner.
Now, about that Dragon Club Bruno, are we allowed to talk about them? I didn't think we were allowed to talk about Bruno.
I'll leave that one with you, Bob.
That's fair enough.
Let's focus down on to the 1,500-meter mark. This is the third and final turn. And we can see the parade that you were talking about, the, what do you call that, the jungle walk?
We're not on the jungle cruise yet. That's post-race. This is the parade lap on the back straightaway, but this is the money length right here. Yep. 1,000 to 1,500 meters. This is pretty much where, after anybody can do a solid 1K, you get to 1,500. This is where it gets tough. This is where boats, this is moving day right here.
So this is Padson number 1 from Cebu City, Philippines, coming out of the exit on turn number 3, last 500 meters.
Pesh has basically yielded to the Dubai Diggers, so Dubai sweeping into the second position on the water, meaning they made up the stagger on Pesh from Hungary.
Pesh is taking the outside of the corner, covering a little more real estate, so they have ground to cover in this final 500 if they want to take that place.
But look at boat number 2. Pesh is cut back on the inside to come underneath if they're possibly able to do that.
Under number 4, the Seklau Hundreds out of Milton Keynes continuing to just carry on their own way, swinging their own rhythm. No one really bothering them as they continue to try and hold position. But Zahidny Viter from Ukraine coming up behind them in the 5th slot. Now, Beast Boat has already made it through Pennsylvania. So we'll see if Beast can close up to Zahidny.
This is boat number 7 coming through the last and final turn. This is Beast Boat from Germany. But on their tail,
you got the Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club out of the Philadelphia area, some of Bob's competition, and they're hanging in there.
Now they yielded, but now they're basically racing the clock. It was I've never seen a team do that before, but that was the right call because if they were worried about a penalty or collision, that is the best way to avoid it.
That Pennsylvania team is just getting a lot of wash from the German team, and you see the boat rocking left and right through that corridor.
For sure. Getting a good, clean look at the number before I make a guess. Yeah, that is the DC Dragon Boat Club entry. That is number 8, racing their first Club Crew World Championships. They earned their berth here at Nationals last year as well in the small boats.
And here we have Dragon Club Bruno coming into the turn. Boat 9, that's Dragon Boat Club Bruno. They're taking the turn tight, and Neckar Dragons is closing the gap, as is New Dragons Racing Club as they come through this turn. They're all in a line, so there's no real drama here, but they're all racing tightly.
It looks like boat number 10, Neckar Dragon, is going to try to sweep underneath that boat on the Czech team. Can they have the space to make that move, make it on the last 500 meters, and track them down?
Well, there's nothing but space here as we turn our eyes, turning around. On the stream, you can see everybody right there, but when we go to the high cam, the Philippines crew, Pads, coming across the line to wrap up their Premier Open 2K. The Dubai Diggers have definitely closed down the real estate and will take second on the water. They've made up the stagger, having come through the Pesh team out of Hungary. Here comes Pesh to the line, being pursued by Seklau Hundreds from the UK. Everybody seems to have sorted themselves out now. We're pretty much almost single file.
Okay, we have Pesh already across. Here comes the Seklau Hundreds, followed by the Ukrainian team, and they have closed quite a bit of real estate on Seklau Hundreds, but they have not closed the gap completely. A good effort.
Here comes the Beast Boat, boat number 7 from Germany, feeling really strong here and coming with power to the finish.
Rate is definitely coming up in the last 50 meters, making every little difference they can, every stroke counting, knowing they're racing the clock and they've closed down the gaps above.
I'd be really interested to find out from Pennsylvania steers person why they actually held up through that turn. A very sportsmanlike move.
They'd planned for it because that whole crew held their paddles in the air. They basically went to the ready position at the same time, so they must have planned for it.
And here comes boat number 8.
That's the DC Dragon Boat Club. Strong finish, paddling hard through the finish, and they're being followed by Dragon Club Bruno, and alongside of Dragon Club Bruno is the Neckar Dragons. They've closed quite a gap there on the outside. They went inside to get clean water coming down that last 500 meters and elected not to try and ride the wash.
Hey, it looks like we have a drag race to the finish line, 9 and 10. Who's got this, Bob?
Oh, my money is on the boat we don't talk about. I'm going to say Dragon Club Bruno is going to make it just by a nose.
Oh, this is going to be an amazing little race there.
By a dragon head.
Yep. Yeah. And finally, in the last position is boat number 11. This is NDRC from Canada.
NDRC making up most of the gap there, closing down the stagger.
Don't forget, this is not based on position, but more on the time.
Now, something Mark touched on earlier, I'll help clarify because I've had the privilege of trying to sort it out before. The D.C. area, you have the D.C. Dragon Boat Club, which is also known as D.C. DBC, which was founded in 2008. They are not to be confused with the D.C. Dragons, which is from Nakawapa, the National Capital Aquatic Women's Paddling Association, which is on the Anacostia, that was founded 27 years ago. The two clubs share a lot of cross members. There's been a lot of interesting history between the two, but as of right now, they get along grand. They each have their own operation. They each have their own Dragon Boat teams and outrigger teams. But the only club racing here, Club Crew World Championships today, is DC DBC, the DC Dragon Boat Club, with Josh Rubenstein on the helm.
They also have a Paradragon team racing here this week.
Out of Sight Dragons.
The Out of Sight Dragons, yes, they do.
Yep.
The Out of Sight Dragon is based out of Metro Washington, D.C. Members from the Maryland, Virginia, and District of Columbia. It is part of the DC Dragon Boat Club, DCDBC. The Out of Sight Dragons was formed in 2009. It is a premier dragon boat team and of blind and visually impaired in the mid-Atlantic area. It is formed with the goal to give individuals with visual impairment an opportunity to learn a racing water sport, work together on a team, build social connections, promote healthy physical activity, experience new adventures like rock climbing, CrossFit, 5K runs, weight training. And it increases the confidence through exercise, recreation, and competition. Our hat goes out to the Out of Sight Dragons. We are now calling the next race, and we'll be looking at race 21, U24 Small Boat Open and U18 Small Boat Open. Again, for the outside viewers, we had switched 21 and 22 around to allow teams to have a small break, but we're now going to go back to 21. After 21, we will then flip to 23. We are basically 5 races to the end of the day for day number 2 here at the 13th Annual Club Crew World Championships in Sarasota, Florida. Attention all teams, award ceremony call. This is for race number 19, Premier Mix Standard. With the following 3 teams come to the award ceremony. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, 22 Dragons Montreal, TNPC Toronto. Again, this is an award ceremony call for race number 19, Premier Mixed, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, 22 Dragons Montreal, and TNPC Toronto. For the ones online, watching from afar, the results website is idbfchamps.org/results. Again, anybody looking for the results for all the races over the next 6 days, please go to idbfchamps.org/results. Award ceremony request for race number 20 with the following teams. Please go to the award ceremony. U24 Women, Small Boat, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley, LA County DBC, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. With those 3 teams, please go to the award ceremony now. U18 from race number 20. With the following teams, please approach the medal award ceremony. 22 Dragons and LA County DBC. That is U18 to the award ceremony now.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
Welcome back, everyone. This is race number 21 from Sarasota, Florida. Again, if you're a little confused online, what's happened is we ran 22 first, and we're going back to 21, then followed by 23. In race 21, I'll pass this to Mark Kane, the president of the USDBF.
In this race, we have the under-24 divisions, and we have the under-18 division. USDBF is really proud of the progress that we're making with our youth crews. We're developing the youth as an important goal of the USDBF. As president, that was one of the focus areas that we set for this year, was development of the youth programs. And the both U24 and U18 from the LA County DBC are actually coached by the Team USA U18 coach, Nathan Salazar. So he is an integral part of our program in developing the youth sports, and his program in the LA area is an important component of developing the USDBF youth program.
Thank you, Mark. We've got, looks like 6 teams on the water for U24 and U18. As we look onto the water, we do see 5 of the boats. We're just waiting for one more boat to come onto the water. In lane number 1, we have...
In lane number 1, we have Cal Dragon Boat, which is University of California. LA County DBC Team DPW that I just spoke about. We have Pickering Dragon Boat Club out of the Toronto area.
And that's the U24 group. In the U18 group, we have?
U18, we have LA County DBC, Team DPW. We have 22 Dragons.
In boat 6?
And in boat
7?
7, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mark. So we've lost Bob here. It's Mark and I going to be running this race and calling all the action. Bob loves drama. I'm not sure if you like the drama side.
I do. Paddling, it's very interesting when things get tight in the corners. It makes for what we call NASCAR dragon boat racing in the corners, and it makes for an exciting event.
We've got online Mingwei Chung, who's calling Go Bears. She must be a Cal supporter. So is Shannon Hong. We've got a Hearst chiropractor that is rooting for the LACDB Team DPW. You got this, power up. So keep on those comments on the online. We'd love to see them, and we'll keep commenting them as we see them come through.
There is a comment on the loss of Bob. We didn't really lose him. Bob has to go race in a little while, so that's why we're saying we lost him. We lost him to the announcing.
So there we go. First boat is off on the race. This is race number 21, U24. Cal Dragon Boat is off on the line. As the camera zooms over, we see boat number 2 coming up. They're giving the call, the U24, LA County DBC. That rate is looking a little fast.
It is. That's one of the higher rates for the small boats that we've seen.
In lane number 3, we've got the Pickering Dragon Boat Club from Canada.
A little bit slower rate, but that's still a pretty quick rate for a 10-man, and they're accelerating nicely.
As the camera zooms over, we're going to lane number 5. This is the U18 team, LA County DBC.
This is a slightly slower rate, but they're still accelerating. The goal is to get the hull up, and you got to get the hull up out of the water to get the boat gliding.
This is boat number 6, U18, 22 Dragons from Montreal, Canada. That rate looks a little different.
It does. They're building. They're taking their time to build. They're coming up gradually, and now they've got a good rate going. A little bit slower build, but effective. And here we go with boat 7, which is the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. They jumped their rate almost right away compared to 22 Dragons that took a little while to build. And they're across the line.
All teams have now started the race 21, U24, U18 small boat. Looking onto the water, we're at about the 250, 300 meter mark, and it looks like boat 2 is catching boat 1. LA County DBC looks like they're going to catch the Cal Dragon Boat off the first turn. Let's see what happens down at the first turn now. We'll turn our attention down, and we can now see it.
LA is clearly, Cal is clearly in the lead at this point. We're not to the 50-meter buoy yet, but I don't believe that LA is going to close the gap in time to get overlapped by the 50-meter buoy.
Cal's got a little bit of a slower rate, but also with boat number 2, the LADBC, they're just buying their time and waiting for the opportunity to pass the Cal, probably past the first turn. But let's see what happens. But look at boat 3, Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
They're at the 50-meter buoy, and LA was not able to get overlapped by the 50-meter buoy, so Cal has the lead, the clean lead going into the turn. They're taking the inside tangent arc of the turn, if you will, to minimize the real estate, and they're doing a good job of staying tight to the buoys.
Cal's really cutting that tight turn, but that's a very good advantage for them because they will not allow a team to come underneath them. LADBC and boat number 2, steered by Nathan Salazar. He's trying to find an opportunity to pass boat 1.
And Pickering is coming up. They've made up some of the gap. They're a little bit wider in the turn than the first 2 boats, but they're looking very strong. One of the disadvantages as a paddler, if your steers is very aggressive in the turn, you wind up having to paddle over those buoys. You wind up with a big high stroke to clear that buoy. It can throw your stroke off a little bit, but the goal is never to miss a stroke.
Coming through the first turn after 500 meters is boat number 5, U18 LA County DBC. Again, they did a little bit different from their first team. They've come out wide and come in to this exit on turn number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Coming in now is boat 6. It is 22 Dragons. And they're taking the tight approach to the turn as well. And followed closely by boat 7. Pickering has made up virtually the entire gap in that first 500 meters. And it's almost nose to tail exiting that turn.
22 Dragons really cuts that buoy sharp, and
he got up.
Number 7.
He hit the buoy, but he passed it on the proper side.
As we look down the race course, we're coming down to the 1,000 meter roughly. At the 1,000 meter, this will be their second turn. Well, let's see what happens if we have any drama on this turn. We have a cluster here at the beginning here, Mark. Who do we have coming up?
We have Cal coming into the turn first, followed by LA County. LA continues to close the gap. We're coming up on the 50-meter buoy, and Cal is still holding them off, but they are gaining. It's going to be an interesting turn.
Rachel S. online is saying, go Pickering, whereas Emily Fan is saying, go Bears. This is going to be a very close race to the U24 and the U18. Coming into the second turn, Cal is being chased by the LA County DBC team in boat number 2.
Cal has right away. LA was not able to get overlapped by that 50-meter buoy, so Cal has right away through the turn.
They will follow.
Yep. LA is taking the inside lane on the turn, but they're not tight enough to take good advantage of it. In fact, he actually had to go a little bit wider at the apex. Boat 3 is Pickering, and they're continue to close on boat 1 and 2, so they're having a good race, and they're cutting at the apex buoy. They're starting inside to go inside and cut that exit very tight.
Pickering is waiting for the opportunity where 1 and 2 kind of fight with each other, and if they do that, 3, the Pickering boat will find an advantage to go around that little mess. But let's see what happens on turn number 3. Coming back down to turn number 2, we have
6 and 7. We have 22 Dragons and Pickering in the U18. We've got 5 entering the turn, which is the LA County U18 teams. They're out front of the other 2 U18 teams. And compared to the first turn, this steers, no, he's in the middle of the turn. Smart move, good smooth turn. That way he doesn't have to crank the oar as hard and bleed speed.
Pickering, Ontario is holding off boat number 6, but boat 6 is being passed. Pickering, Ontario from boat number 7 has passed boat 6, the 22 Dragons from Montreal.
Pickering is taking the inside lane in this turn, and they're going to make certain that 22 Dragons doesn't slip inside of them by taking it right against the buoys. You probably just saw a paddle in the Pickering boat go high over the buoy. That's what I was referring to about having to clear that buoy with your paddle if you take that very tight turn. You saw the same thing in the Pickering boat.
Going down the race course, we're approximately 1,300 meters into this race of 2,000 meters. There are 3 boats. The U24 have clumped up together, and we're going to see some drama on the third turn. On the first position in the camera that you see there, it is boat number 1, Cal.
It is still Cal out front, but LA County DBC has made up almost the entire gap. It looks like they're riding the Cal wash at this time.
He's really getting close to getting on top of that wave. He's not there. He's getting hit by that wave. In actual fact, if he had come in a little bit closer to ride that wake, they would have had some addition or advantage, that is. But here they go.
They're at the 50-meter buoy, and Cal still has right away. They're there first with no overlap. It looks like LA is going outside to get out of that wash. Once you get caught on that wash, it takes a lot of effort to get over that hump. Once you get over the hump, it gets easier because now you're paddling downhill off of that wash. Now, LA is going inside on this turn, and they're making up ground right now.
But it's interesting. Nathan Salazar, he's taken the inside lane, but doesn't have the space to come inside. And the Cal drummer or helm has just fallen down. He's get back up. The boat's going back straight. And Nathan Salazar, LADBC, has gone wide.
Cal actually missed that exit buoy.
You're right on that. So there will probably be a penalty on the Cal team, but let's see what the officials say. And then boat number 3 has come through the turn very cleanly.
Yes.
I wonder where the Cal team's going. He's going down the middle of the race course.
Well, and the final 500, you can come down wherever you find clean water. You don't have to stay in lane 1.
But interesting move. He'll get probably penalized for missing that buoy. We'll see if he's actually saved some time coming down the middle of the race course.
To make up for that. But in the lead, he's got clean water, so he doesn't get much advantage by doing that.
We'll go back to the turn. We'll look at the U18 coming through the 3rd turn. There they go.
Here we come. We have LA County in front, maintaining their lead position all the way. It looks like they're going through the turn. The stroke rate comes down. It takes a lot of power to get through those turns, especially in a 10-man. And coming up next is Pickering in the number 7 boat. They have passed 22 Dragons in the number 6 boat, and they are sticking to the inside of the turn, cutting it very tight. And then we have 22 Dragons coming into the turn. They too are cutting it very tight. And again, you see the paddle going up and over that buoy. That's how tight that steersperson is against those buoys. His paddlers are having to loop their paddle over that buoy, not miss a stroke, and keep on going. You bounce off that buoy and it hurts. Take my word for it.
Coming down the race course, this is the final stretch of the 500-meter stretch for the 2,000-meter race. We have the U24 teams coming to the finish line.
You have boat 1, which is Cal, which is still in the lead, probably out in about lane 3, and the LA County their nose is on their tail. They've got the nose is almost to the steer on Cal, so they've more than made up the gap on Cal. And the number 3 boat, Pickering, has closed a significant gap since they were probably 30 seconds behind number 1 boat at the start with a 15-second space.
The U24 team is really spread out amongst the U18 teams. There's a big spread, but again, each group has stayed within their racing elements and are challenging each other. As we look down the race course, we've got about 300 more meters left for the U18 team. We have LA County, 22 Dragons, and Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Mark, what do you see down there?
I see a parade of boats. Pickering is in the 2nd place for the U18, or the 2nd boat in the U18. A place is determined on time, not by when you cross the line. But boats are maintaining good fluid stroke, good rate at about the 50-meter point. Both of these boats should pick it up for a good, strong finish. Looks like LA has already picked their rate up for their finish. They're probably feeling a little pressure from that Pickering boat, and they're trying to get as much distance as they can and keep their time advantage.
Boat number 5 and boat number 7 has passed the boat 6 by quite a distance, but again, we'll wait for results and potential any penalties.
And Pickering is in their finish. You can see the rate coming up, see that surge at about 1,950 meters to go into a sprint. It takes a lot out of you to get that finish sprint going.
And 7 finishes the race from Pickering, Ontario, Canada. And finally, on the last group to come through the U18 group, it's the 22 Dragons from Montreal, Canada. And their rate just start to pick, and they know it's time to finish this race.
Yep, another finish sprint at 1,950 meters. It takes a lot to do that.
I love it when I see this part of the race because all these heads buried down and they're just putting all the pressure on the blade. And that is the completion of race number 21 from Sarasota, Florida. We will be calling race number 23 just momentarily, the Premier Standard Boat 2,000-meter race. This is a call out for race number 23, Premier Women. Please go to the marshalling area now. Race 23 to the marshalling area now. This is an important announcement. Important announcement. All teams need their crew list for tomorrow by the end of the last race today. Again, all teams need their crew list for tomorrow, 200-meter race, by the end of last race today. Please get them in or you will not be racing.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
This is a call for race number 20 medal award ceremony. Call for race number 20 medal award ceremony. Could the following team please go to the medal award ceremony now? U24 Pickering Dragon Boat Club. This is the U24 small boat from race number 20. Please go to the medal award ceremony now. That's Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
Makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers.
This is a call for medal award ceremony. Call for medal award ceremony. With the U18 women from race number 20, please approach the stage now. LA County DBC and 22 Dragons Montreal U18 to the medal award ceremony now. We'll be calling for marshalling for race number 24, Premier Women Small Boat. Would all teams start to proceed to the marshalling area? Race 24. To our online chat room, Beefcake, thank you for helping me do my job. We have a lot of interesting people here talking online, watching you guys from afar, from around the world. A lot of fans, again, from Canada, from the US of A, out here watching you guys, supporting you from all parts. Again, we have 65 teams from 11 countries. 28 teams from the USA, 15 teams from Canada, 7 from Germany, 3 from Australia, 2 from Hungary, 2 from Great Britain, 2 from UAE, 1 from the Philippines, 1 from Ukraine, and 1 from the Czech Republic. So we have a good representation around the world, and we have lots of fans online watching us. So it's been great to see everyone make comments and support your local teams. We're having a fantastic time here. We don't have any rain on the horizon. Nice clear skies with some white clouds, but still looks pretty good. And it's a little humid here, so teams are trying to stay in the shade as much as they can. And we've only got, it looks like 3 more races for the day. Of the 3 races, we have Premier Women's Standard Boat coming your way next, followed by Premier Women's Small Boat, and then the big race, the Premier Open Standard Boat. So it looks like we're pretty much on time, and we'll bring the races to you momentarily. So if you're on the live stream, we'd love to see which club you're from. Go ahead and post which club you're from. I see Susan Mott here from FCRCC in Vancouver is online. Put a shout out to your own club. tell us where you guys are from and if you've ever been to a World Club Crew Championship. We see a shout out from Scott Murray. Yeah, he's cheering on the Pickering team. Scott's been with Dragon Boat BC or Dragon Boat Canada for many years, and he's a proud supporter and a great coach. Race number 24 to marshalling, please. Premier Women Small Boat. Sakalo 100. 3R Dragons. And Dubai Paddle Club. With those three teams, please go to marshalling immediately. Premier Women, race number 24. To marshalling, 3R Dragons, Sakalo, and Dubai. Good to see you, Michael Wu, online from the 22 Dragons in Montreal. Wish you were here, Michael. Al Chang, big fan of Sakalo 100 Dragon Boat Club and the Raysberry Dragon Boat Club. Great to see you online as well. This is race number 23 on the water, the Standard Boat Premier Women. This race was set for 1:15 Sarasota time. Time right now is about 1:20. We're just a few minutes off, but this race is going to get off in the next few minutes. In lane number 1, we have from the U.S., Island City Dragon Boat Club. Lane number 2 from Canada, TNPC Toronto. Lane number 3 from Canada, Ottawa DBC. Lane number 4 from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. From Canada, 22 Dragons Montreal. Lane 6 from Canada, H2O Montreal, Canada. And following in lane 7 from the USA, the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. We have 5 boats in the starting gates. We're just going to wait for the other 2, and we should be on their way. For those online, yes, we moved the schedule. We had race 20, then 22 to 21, now back to 23, and we're on schedule. We have some fans online. Brad P, Let's Go H2O. Julius Lim, big fan of the TNPC team from Canada. Rachel, ODBC. A lot of Canadian fans here watching. Dragon saddles are here in the vendor area. Seat cushions based on the science of paddling technique. Please pick one up before you depart the race site. They're great products, Dragon saddles. Boat number 6 making its practice turn here. That is H2O at the bottom of your screen from Montreal, Canada. We have all boats in place now. Boat 1 is getting set. This is the Island City Dragon Boat Club. This is a call for race 21 award ceremony, U24 and U18 Open. Award ceremony, Cal Dragon Boat, LA County DBC, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. To the award ceremony, U18, 22 Dragons, LA County DBC, and Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Please go to the award ceremony now. Race 22, award ceremony, Premier Open. Please go to the award ceremony now. Dubai Diggers, Beast Boat Magdeburg, and New Dragons Racing Club Toronto. Please go to the award ceremony now, 21 and 22. As we look at the water, boat number 1 has started race number 23, the Island City Paddling Club. Lane number 2, TNPC, and they're on the way with an amazing start. Look at that wash coming off the front of the boat. In third position, it is the Ottawa DBC team. These are the set of 5 of the 7 teams that are Canadian here. The boat leans slightly to its right, but they got great control off that start. Following after the DBC, we've got boat number 4, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. This is a very good start off the line, and they're going to try to track down Ottawa off the start. Boat number 5, this is 22 Dragons from Montreal. These ladies look very strong off the start. Good timing, good control, and that bow wake is coming up. Followed by boat number 6 from Canada, H2O Montreal, Canada. Bit of a slower rate, but very good control, very strong power through every single stroke there. And finally, in the Premier Women Standard Boat Race 23 is boat number 7. This is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. All teams are off its line now. As we look down the race course, we have our first team going through the first turn, and we do have a team catching the first place. It is boat number 2 catching boat number 1. If you look at the far left of your screen, that is TNPC to the right, and to the left is the Island City. Here's a close-up shot. TNPC on the right, and Island City on the... I've got it the wrong way. It looks like boat number 2 is on the right, TNPC, and on the left is Island City Dragon Boat Club. 2 has passed 1 in the first 500 meters. Going into the first corridor, it is going to be the TNPC, and that's nice sliding through the first corridor, and the Island City Dragon Boat Club has taken the outside lane. Wow, that's an amazing move from TNPC. Very aggressive move through the turn, and they've taken a commanding lead over boat 1. Entering the first turn is boat number 3, the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, and they're going to stay through the first corridor, looking very strong there. Steersperson has got a nice turn, slipping through the backside and staying within the corridor very cleanly. Followed by that team is the Pickering Dragon Boat Club in boat number 4. Boat number 4 also following the same corridor. After Pickering, we have boat number 5, the 22 Dragons. Very nice control. They're powering up through that turn, making sure they get maximum boat speed off the exit. Coming into the first turn is boat number 6, and that is H2O Montreal, Canada. Very tight on the inside line there. The helm is really trying to get the boat to turn off the exit with maximum speed so they can shoot down the second part of the 500-meter line. And finally, in 7th position, this is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association coming through the corridor. Again, their goal is going to try to track down 6, if possibly 5 as well. Philadelphia team being a very strong team this week, really showing their strengths. As we turn our head down to the second turn, this is the 1,000 meters. In boat 2, overlapping boat 1 on the first turn. Boat 2 has taken a sizable lead here. This is TNPC, looking very strong through the first and second turn. And then you'll see through this, the second place group is the Island City Dragon Boat Club with at least a 6-boat differential here. Here they come through the turn. You'll see to the bottom of your screen, team number 1, Island City Dragon Boat Club. Island City Dragon Boat Club is being chased down by boat number 3, the Ottawa DBC team. They're off by about 4 boat lengths. We'll see if they can catch them on the straightaway. They're hitting 1,000 meters at this point. This is the second turn of the 2,000-meter race. Boat number 4, Pickering Dragon Boat Club, has the right of way, entering the turn as well through the first corridor. But take a look at this. This is boat number 5, just on their heel. This is the 22 Dragons, making up the difference in space. 5 is going to catch 4, possibly through the last 500,000 meters. All boats have come through the second turn very cleanly. 22 Dragons, looks like they're going to try to go for the inside lane over 4. Boat number 6. Boat number 6, the H2O Montreal team, following 5 and 4. And it looks like boat 5 has made a very aggressive move through the exit of turn number 2. Boat 5 has got the boat speed. Boat 4 is slowing down a little bit. It is 5, possibly going to take Pickering. Let's see what happens down the stretch here. This is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association and boat number 7 entering the corridor, and boat 7 is trying very hard to come in tight, and she's really pulling on that steering oar, and she makes the turn. With that aggressive turn, boat speed may have come down. We'll see what happens on the results. But that was a very aggressive turn with the steersperson really yanking on that steering oar, trying to get it back into the corridor. As we look down the race course, we do see some clumping up of some teams here. Boat 1 still in the lead there is TNPC. That's boat number 2 making its final turn. This is TNPC from Canada, looking very strong and taking a very comfortable lead over everyone else. No one's been able to catch them. Again, the steersperson is really pulling on that steering oar, trying to get it through the corridor cleanly. And there you go, 5 and 4. The ones I were mentioning earlier, 22 Dragons trying to track down Pickering Dragon Boat Club in boat 4. And there goes 5. 5's made the move, but look in front of you. There's another pack of boats. It's going to be Island City and Ottawa. Ottawa on the inside. Island City on the outside. And I can't see from this direction, is there going to be any touching? I wonder who got the right of way there, but it looks like boat number 3 has got the right of way into the corner, and boat 1 has gone on the outside of the Island City Dragon Boat. Boat 3, Ottawa taking the inside corridor. Boat 1, Island City taking the outside. And then right behind them, you're going to see the exact same with Pickering and 22 Dragons. It looks like it is going to be boat number 5, 22 Dragons coming on the inside, and boat number 4, Pickering, going on the outside, but with a wide swing, giving an opportunity to boat number 5, 22 Dragons, to spread their lead. And look at 4. 4 has come underneath and come back into the corridor. 5 is going to be followed by 4 now. Big shift in swing here, but the last 500 meters. Boat number 6 is the H2O Montreal following in suit. And finally coming into the third turn is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. That's a nice turn, H2O, right through the exit. And with the Philadelphia, they're just going to track through the last corridor, making their final turn, exiting into the last 500-meter part of their race. Coming to the finish line, boat number 2 just crosses the finish line, and that is TNPC. But look at the distance, over 300-meter difference between boat 2 and the next set of boats. TNPC, if they don't have any penalties, look like they're going to do really well. But let's look down the race course. Again, we'll wait for results, and that's the pack. A big shift in change here. We see boat number 3 in the lead. That is the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, passing boat number 1, the Island City Dragon Boat Club. But look at this. There's another boat about to pass. This is 22 Dragons in boat number 5. So it's 3-1-5 here. 3 being Ottawa, 1 Island City, and boat number 5 is the 22 Dragons. In the far top left corner there, that would be, I can't see the number from this distance, but we'll take a peek when we get closer. We're looking at the finish line, last 50 meters, that is boat 3 coming through, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. And there's going to be a little bit of a drag race here. It's boat number 1, Island City on the inside, and boat number 5, 22 Dragons. 22 Dragons trying to take them on the finish, and it's going to be Island City, followed by boat 5, 22 Dragons. Boat number 4 coming through to the finish line is the Pickering Dragon Boat Club, followed by boat number 6, the H2O Montreal, Canada. That was an exciting race, everyone. Very clean race. Last couple of strokes, then boat 6 is done. That is H2O. And coming up on the rear side, again, not because they're last, we still have to wait for time results, but this is boat 7, The helm is kind of bent down to give them the best slipstream through the finish without any air resistance. This is Boat 7, the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. And a congratulations to Philadelphia. That commences race number 23. We are now going to go to race 24, Premier Women Small Boat. It looks like we're ready for race number 24, Small Boat Premier Women. In this race, we have 8 boats. In lane number 1, from Hungary, Pesh. My apologies. In lane number 1, from Hungary, Pesh. In lane number 2, USA South Breeze. Lane number 3, from Great Britain, Seklo 100 Milton Keynes. Lane number 4, from UAE, Dubai Paddle Club. Lane number 5, from Canada, 3R Dragon Trois Rivers. Lane number 6, from Canada, NDRC, New Dragons Racing Club, Toronto. Lane number 7, from the USA, Sukil Dragons, Philadelphia. Lane number 8, from Germany, Necklace Dragons. This is an 8-boat heat. This is a call for race number 25, race 25 to the marshalling area. Premier Open. With the following teams, please go to the marshalling area for race number 25, Premier Open now. This is a call for award ceremony. A call for award ceremony. Race 21, U24, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley, LA County DBC, and Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Please go to the award ceremony now. Also, race number 21, U18, 22 Dragons, LA County, and Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Please go to the award ceremony. In race number 22, Premier Open Small Boat, with the following teams, please go to the award ceremony now. Dubai Diggers, Beast Boat Magdeburg, and NDRC, New Dragons Racing Club. Please go to the award ceremony now. Dubai Diggers Senior A Open, Dubai Diggers Senior A Open. Please go to the award ceremony now. This is race number 24 on the water, and we're about to start the race. All teams are present and accounted for. In lane number 1, we have Pesh. Lane 2, South Breeze. Lane 3, Seklo Hundreds. Lane 4, Dubai Paddle Club. Lane 5, 3R Dragon. Lane 6, NDRC. Lane 7, Skookkill Dragons. And lane number 8, Necklace Dragons. Looks like the official starter is giving them the last instructions to start. And there goes boat number 1. This is race 24, Premier Women, small boat. A very controlled start with Pesh. We have a bunch of fans online wishing them the best of luck on this race. Lane number 2, this is from a team from LA, South Breeze, coached by Josh and Matthew. Again, much quicker rate off the start line. As they pass the start line, their times do start. This is race boat number 3, Seklo Hundreds from Great Britain. Drummers hanging on with dear life. I never did like drumming. This is boat number 4, Dubai Paddle Club out of UAE. The helm is taking the oar out of the water, hoping for the least amount of resistance. Very slow rate, but very powerful as well. This is a team from Canada, boat number 5, higher rate, 3R Dragons, Trois Rivers. Look at that rate. And they're going to track down 4 very quickly. Right off the get-go, they've just close that gap by only 2 boat lengths. This is boat number 6, NDRC from Canada, New Dragons Racing Club. And then boat number 7, Skull Hill. And this is a team from the USA. Again, very clean start. And finally, in boat number 8 from Germany, Necklace Dragon. Again, the German teams are very, very powerful on the starts. They grab a lot of water, and their boat accelerates. As we look down the race course, we do see some teams catching each other already on the first 500 meters. Boat 5 and 4 are going to come in within contact by the first turn. That is 3R Dragons catching Dubai Paddle Club. Coming into the first 50-meter marker to the turn, it is still Pesh in the lead, but very close, South Breeze. This is boat 5 and 4, and as I mentioned earlier, boat 5 is going to catch boat 4, possibly by the first turn. Boat 4 helm looking over her shoulders to see where boat 5 is. Coming through the first turn, it is Pesh coming through the first quarter, but look at boat number 2. South Breeze very close behind. Pesh is coming through the turn very cleanly, and there's Mary Melton in boat number 2 and South Breeze tracking her down. Now she's got to be very careful. She does not hit boat 1 in front of them, and she's made a decision to cut inside. That was a great move, Mary. Great move to come on the inside through the turn. Coming into the first turn, that is boat number 3. This is Sacklow Hundreds from the Great Britain team. Coming cleanly into the turn, and right behind is 2 teams fighting out together. On the inside, that looks like 3R Dragons, and on the outside, it looks like the Dubai Paddle Club. Coming through the turn, it is boat number 5, 3R Dragons, and then there is the Dubai Paddle Club coming underneath, following them through the corridor. Again, a very safe move. And look at boat number 5. They're doing really well through that turn. And there's boat number 6, the New Dragon NDRC, closing the gap on 5 and 4. NDRC is motoring through this race, and they're going to catch 2 teams by the looks of it. Coming into the first turn, the final 2 boats, Skull Hill Dragons in boat 7, and the German boat Nectar Dragon. All teams coming through their corridor cleanly without any infractions. Boat 7 exiting very cleanly without losing a lot of boat speed. And Nectar Dragon's doing the exact same. Very smooth turn through the turn. A little bit of white water, meaning that her oar has gone into the water a little deeper to give her control. Possibly slowing the boat a little bit, but very controlled. Look at boat 1 and 2 coming down the race course. That is Miri steering the boat 2. And in boat 1, that is Pesh. These 2 boats are coming into the second turn together, and let's see how the officials call them. Who has right of way? Boat number 2, South Breeze, with boat number 1, Pesh. South Breeze has caught the Pesh team, even with a 15-second interval, and that duck got out of the way just in time. Poor duck. Coming into the turn, it looks like South Breeze will take the first turn into the corridor. Pesh will take the outside. Pesh taking a very wide turn on this, giving up a lot of ground to the South Breeze team. South Breeze coming on the inside corridor very cleanly. Pesh taking a very wide turn through the second turn. They're at 1,000 meters, half the race down, half the race to go. Pesh coming back in, following South Breeze. That's at least a 2 boat length difference on that little move. Coming to the next set of boats, second turn. This is boat number 5 and boat number 3. Boat number 3 is Sacklow Hundreds from Great Britain on the outside. On the inside, it is 3 Dragons, 3R Dragons. And look at this, 3R Dragons taking the inside corridor, and there is a duck between the 2 boats. I hope the duck gets out of the way. To the outside, we have the Sacklow Hundreds, and they're going to come back in under the 3R Dragons. Right behind them will be boat number 6, New Dragons Racing Club, followed by boat number 4, Dubai Paddle Club. All 4 boats in a single row coming through the corridor. And look at NDRC. NDRC is going to try to cut under boat 3. Boat 6 under 3 and see if they can make it. And they do make the turn very cleanly. 6 sounds like they're going to take over 3. Boat 7, this is Huck Hill Dragons. Coming through the corridor very cleanly. Excellent job. Coming through the last turn with a lot of boat speed. And there is boat number 8, Nectar Dragon from Germany. As we look down the race course, we are approximately 1,300 meters into a 2,000-meter race, and we do have some shifts in positions. Boat 6, NDRC, has caught boat 3, Sacklow Hundreds. Sacklow Hundreds are trying to keep with them on the outside. 3R Dragons, very commanding lead as well. But NDRC is pouring it on. They're tracking down the next team. Looking down the course, this is the 1,500 meters. This is the last turn of the 3 turns of the 2,000 meter race. South Breeze has a lead, and the camera now zooming in on 3, 6, and 5. 6 is NDRC, tracking down boat 5, the 3R Dragons. 3R Dragons helm looks over her shoulder to see where NDRC is. Coming through that last and final turn, 1,500 meters, 500 meters to go. South Breeze looking very comfortable with their stroke. Mary's got a nice turn into the corridor. Not too close to the buoys, but nice in the middle, so every stroke counts. Followed by Pesh in boat number 2. South Breeze coming out of the exit very cleanly. It takes the oar out of the water, does a little shift with the weight, and the boat is just gliding through at maximum boat speed. Here is Pesh from Hungary in lane number 1. And they're just pulling every bit of water. As these boats come through the turns, the boats do slow down a bit, and we're trying to make sure these boats power up through the exit. But look at this. This is the next little clump of boats, and let's see who's taking the lead into the corner. And this looks like it's boat number 5, 3R Dragons. 3R Dragons, followed by boat number 3. Oh, no, that's boat number 6, NDRC. NDRC has actually made up a lot of ground. They're now tracking down boat number 3. Nope, boat 3 is right behind them. That's the Seklo Hundreds from Great Britain. Oh, that boat just held up just before the turn without any collision. That is boat 4, Dubai Paddle Club. Out of that was boat number 7. They held before making any contact into the corner. And followed that is boat number 8, Nekla Dragon. Coming down the last stretch. Such Hill doing very well with their team, coming out of the exit very cleanly. And it looks like Nekla Dragons has tracked down the 2 teams in front of them. Coming to the finish, this is South Breeze. South Breeze coming to the finish very cleanly and in command. They did not up the rate, they just held the rate, and they're finishing the race very cleanly. Followed by Pesh. Pesh with over 150 meter difference between South Breeze. Very good job with boat 1. Pesh holding their own with no challengers behind them. This is Pesh coming through the finish line from Hungary. Heads are buried and are driving through every single stroke. Followed by boat number 5. Boat number 5 is 3R Dragons. But look at boat 6 on the inside. Boat number 6 is NDRC. Will NDRC catch them on the finish line with only 50 meters to go? It is going to be NDRC and 3R Dragon coming to the finish line. There's a little bit of timing issue with boat 5, and they're working hard, and it's boat 5 on the finish line. Boat 5 is 3R Dragons, followed by boat 6, NDRC. And here's that next group, boat 3. Boat 3 from Great Britain, Seklo Hundreds. They started in 3rd position, and they had a few boats past them. Boats 5 and 6. 4, 5, 6. 4 they passed, but it looks like 5, 6 passed them through the 1,000 meter mark. This is Seklo Hundreds, and boat number 3 finishing strong. And coming to the finish line, we have a 3-boat fight here between 7, 4, and 8. Coming to the finish line, this is Sush Hill, boat 7 Dragons. And boat 4, Dubai Paddle Club. And finally, in the last boat It's boat number 8, Nekra Dragon. That is event number 24, Premier Women's Small Boat. We are going to go to one more race for the day. This is race number 25, Premier Open Standard Boat. To all teams, this is a very important message. To all teams, we need your crew list for tomorrow. It has to be in the next 30 minutes. In the next 30 minutes, if your crew list is not in, you will not be racing for tomorrow. This is a call for award ceremony. Call for award ceremony for race 22, Premier Open Small Boat. Would the following teams please come to the stage now? Dubai Diggers and NDRC. Dubai Diggers and NDRC from Canada. Please go to the award ceremony now. Beast Boat as well. Beast Boat Magdeburg. This is award ceremony for race number 22, Premier Open Small Boat.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized. The race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota is great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers.
True North Paddling Club. True North Paddling Club in Canada is one of the newest Canadian dragon boat clubs formed in 2019, hailing from Toronto. TNPC is comprised of six different teams rich in history, with some of the oldest teams in the country. Four of those teams will be competing in the 13th Club Crew World Championships in Sarasota, Florida. True North Premier Women, formerly Outer Harbor Premier Women, one of the top women's crew in Canada, formed in 2004. True North Premier Women have produced numerous national team athletes, were silver medalists in Hungary in 2018. This will be the third Club Crew World Championship. True North Hammerheads, founded in 1995, Hammerhead is a premier mixed dragon boat team that has been around for over 20 years and one of the oldest teams in Canada. Year after year, they've shown an A-level performance leading to winning local and national championships. This will be their first Club Crew World Championships. True North Premier Open, founded in 2019. SLP is the newest competitive crew in the True North Paddling Club. Their hard work and dedication has earned them their first CCWC berth after placing second in the Premier Open category at the 2019 Canadian National Championships. True North Senior Women, formerly Outer Harbor Senior Women, formed in 2003. True North Senior Women have a history of success, producing national team athletes since inception, and have podiumed at the 6 Club Crew Championships, including a gold sweep in Ravenna in 2019. This is True North Paddling Club, and we're proud to have them here in Sarasota, Florida. Thank you, Jen, online, for helping me say the word Schuylkill. My apologies on that. It's the first time I've seen this name, and I've tried my best to ensure I pronounce every name as best I can. Again, thank you for your comments. All right, this is race number 25 on the water. This is the last of the 2,000-meter race for the day. This is Premier Open Standard Boat. In race 25, we have 8 boats that will be racing in this heat. I've got 5 boats, and they're just circling, waiting for the last 3 to come in. This is South Breeze on the water, just taking off on the start. Team from Los Angeles. In lane number 2, it is True North Paddling Club, TNPC, Premier Open. This is boat number 3 from Germany, Beast Boat. Beast Boat having a very slow rate on the start, but again, pulling a lot of water. And as they ramp up to the start line, you can see their rate come up now. And they are finally moving. In lane number 4, from Germany, this is Neckladragon. Again, very similar to the Beast Boat. They start slow, grab lots of water, and as they come up to the start line, their rate comes up. In lane number 5, it is 22 Dragons from Montreal, Canada, with Matt Smith steering that boat. And their rate is just climbing. Boat number 6. This is 1C. 1C coming from Germany, Berlin. Boat number 7. This is the team from Montreal, Canada. Boat number 7, H2O Montreal. And finally, in 8th position, this is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. The helm is looking over to the starter. For some reason, he didn't seem to hear the call. We have our helm standing on the edge of the gun wall, but we'll see what the officials have to say. Looking down the race course on the first turn, it is South Breeze. South Breeze making their turn through the corridor very cleanly, followed by TNPC. TNPC only a few boat lengths behind boat number 1. Coming through the first turn is boat number 3 from Germany. It is Beast Boat. Entering into the corridor on the first turn, it is the Beast Boat. Beast Boat really reefing on that steering oar, trying to get it into the corridor and keeping it tight to the inside buoys. And he successfully has done that. In boat number 4, coming up, this is Nectar Dragon, but just behind them are the 22 Dragons. Nectar Dragon cutting in on tight on that first buoy and going through the corridor, but look at number 5, 22 Dragons following right behind them. Boat number 4 doing really, really well through the turn, but look at boat 5 picking up speed right through the apex turn. Boat 5 looks like they're going to try to slip under boat 4. Will they do it? Matt does a quite tight turn, and he achieves the tight through the inside. Boat number 6, 1C from Germany, Berlin. Followed by boat 7. This is H2O Montreal. And finally, into the first turn is boat number 8. That is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Very tight turn with boat number 8 coming through the turn and the steering of that amazing helm coming very tight through the turn. Looking down the race course, we're now at 1,000 meters. South Breeze still in a commanding lead here with open space, and Steers is trying to get that boat turned through the apex turn through the first corridor, and he's done a really good job. But look at boat number 2, TNPC, still trying to track them down. This is a very exciting race coming through the 1,000 meters. South Breeze comes out the exit very cleanly with a lot of boat speed. TNPC still trying to track him down. Here comes boat number 3. This is the Beast Boat from Germany. Still got some separation between boat 2 and 3, but we'll see what happens in the next 1,000 meters. Boat 3 making their turn through the corridor, and this is their second turn at 1,000 meters. Boat number 4, Germany, Nectar Dragon, but right behind them is boat number 5, 22 Dragons. Boat 4 having the right of way going into this turn. It is going to be Nectar Dragons coming into the turn, followed by 22 Dragons. Boat 4 goes wide, leaving a room open for 5. 5 comes in on the underside. Do they have the room to come through? Let's see what happens with 22 Dragons. They see the opening. 4 still going through the turn. 5 cutting it very short. They see the opening. Can they take advantage through that turn? This is the 1,000-meter second turn. Here comes boat number 6, 1C from Germany. 5 is still holding the inside, trying to capitalize that open door there, but couldn't get the speed out of that turn. Boat number 7 going into the second turn. That is H2O Montreal. Boat 6 coming out of the exit with speed. That is Wansi. H2O tight with a tight turn. Last team to come through the turn is boat number 8. This is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Still trying to track down number 7, H2O. As we look down the race course, as these teams finish the 1,000 meters, the first group is going to go through their third turn and their final stretch for the 2,000 meters. Philadelphia finishing off the turn, exit, and it looks clean. Very tight turn. Looking at the turn, this is the third and final turn. It is still South Breeze in the lead. South Breeze, Keith steering that boat, and they're going to try to cut close to that buoy and not let any team come underneath them. Boat 1 coming through the turn, making it look easy with some boat speed, exiting cleanly. And there is boat number 2. This is TNPC trying to gain ground on South Breeze. In third position, we have Beast Boat. There seems to be a little bit more separation between 2 and 3 now. 2 and 3, it looks like at least 4 boats to 5 boat length difference. Let's see if they can make up that ground on the last 500 meters. This is Beast Boat coming through its turn, third and final turn, 500 meters. Coming through and exiting out of the turn with a lot of boat speed. Beast Boat is looking good. Let's see if they have enough room to catch boats 1 and 2, but look at this entrance here. This is Necro Dragons and 22 Dragons. Coming through the entrance into the corridor, it is still boat number 4, the German Necro Dragon. But look at number 5. Is 22 Dragons still trying to find that room to sneak in? They leave a little bit room, but they don't have the boat speed. And it's still there, but they just can't seem to close that door. They're trying their hardest. Necro Dragons makes a tight turn, leaving no room for 22 Dragons to cut in, but let's see what happens through the exit. 22 Dragons, they see the opportunity now to accelerate, looking for clean water. Boat 6 entering the last and final turn, that is Wansi from Germany. In Boat 7, it's H2O into the corridor, following Boat 6, Wansi from Germany. You can see the top of your screen, 22 Dragons looking for clean water. And finally, that is in final position, boat number 8, Philadelphia, coming through, still hasn't been able to track down H2O Montreal. These are the top premier open teams in standard boat. This is the last race of the 2,000-meter races for the Club Crew World Championships. After this, we move to the 200-meter racing. At the finish line, South Breeze finishes the race looking very strong, followed by boat number 2, TNPC. Boats 1 and 2, open water for both teams. We'll just have to wait for the results now. Coming to the finish line, last 50 meters, this is the Beast Boat from Germany. And the rate comes up, and they're pouring everything on. And there finishes the Beast Boat. Coming to the finish line, we have boat number 4 now. The German Necro Dragon fighting it out with 22 Dragons on the inside. Boat 5, 22 Dragons has not been able to catch them, but they did close the gap. It is 22 Dragons, Matt Smith steering that team, and it's going to be Necro Dragons coming to the finish line first. But again, we'll wait for results. Give it up for boat number 4 from Germany, Necro Dragon. Boat number 5, 22 Dragons. And look at that drummer drum the beat to get the team to push it harder. And that is the 22 Dragons from Montreal, Canada, in boat number 5. In boat number 6, this is the last team coming through, the last 3 teams coming through. That is boat number 6. That is Wansi from Germany, and they just take the oar out of the water, and the boat slides on a side angle into the finish. And there's boat number 7 finishing off. This is H2O Montreal, Canada. And finally, we have the locals here. Well, on the East Coast, that is. This is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association driving up the rate, finishing off the race. That is boat number 8. Congratulations to all teams. That is the end of day number 2. From Sarasota, Florida, 2,000-meter championships for the World Dragon Boat Association Group. So we thank you for coming today. We look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow we got 200-meter races. To everyone online, thank you very much for all your comments. We really appreciate it. Come back tomorrow for more exciting races, and we will see you all soon. This is a award ceremony call. Premier Women, race 23, standard boat to the award ceremony. H2O Montreal, Canada, 22 Dragon Montreal, and TNPC Toronto. With those three teams, please approach the award ceremonies now.